They handed a literal god a baby body, sealed a demon inside him, let a whole village spit on him, and still thought that was okay? Naruto didn't just carry the 9 tails. He carried the soul of the man who made an immortal demon beg. Welcome to the main event.
There is a story older than the shinobi world, older than chakra, older than the sage of 6 paths himself. It is the story of a soul so bright that even death could not contain it. A soul that burned through the fabric of one world, slipped through the cracks of existence and landed in another. Not by accident, by design. Because the universe looked at the cruelty waiting in a village called Konoha, and it decided, enough. It sent the greatest warrior who had ever drawn breath. It sent the man who cornered the Demon King. It sent the man who made an immortal monster rip his own body into 1,800 pieces just to survive 5 more minutes. It sent Yoriichi Tsugikuni, and it wrapped that ancient, burning soul inside the body of a newborn baby with blonde hair and whisker marks on his cheeks. This is the story of Naruto Uzumaki, and nothing in this world was ready for what he was about to become. October 10th, the night the 9-tailed fox attacked the Hidden Leaf Village. Every history book in Konoha tells you the same version. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed his life to seal the demon inside his newborn son. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, died beside him. The village survived. The child became a vessel. That is the version they teach in the academy. That is the version the civilians whisper about when they see blonde hair on the street. But the real story, the one nobody in this world could possibly understand, started about 30 seconds after the sealing was complete. Minato was dying. His hands shook as he placed them on his son's stomach, the 8-trigram seal burning into the infant's skin like a brand. Kushina was beside him, her red hair fanned across the ground, her chakra fading. The Shinigami loomed behind Minato, already pulling his soul free. And in the middle of it all, the baby was silent. He did not cry. He did not scream. He just opened his eyes, bright blue and possibly calm, and looked at his father. And Minato, the yellow flash of the leaf, the fastest shinobi alive, the man who ended a war, Minato flinched. Because for one single heartbeat, he saw something behind those eyes that he could not explain. Something ancient, something warm, something that did not belong to a newborn child. Kushina, he whispered. He's going to be okay. He did not know why he said it. He just knew it was true. He could feel it in his bones. Whatever lived inside his son, it was not just the 9 tails. There was something else, something that made the demon fox feel small. And then Minato Namikaze closed his eyes for the last time, and the story of the 4th Hokage ended. But the story of his son, that was just beginning. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, picked up the baby that night. He held the child against his chest and looked down at him. The infant's eyes were already open again. And on his forehead, just above the bridge of his nose, there was a mark. Turquoise, shaped like a flame. It glowed faintly in the moonlight, pulsing with a warmth that Hiruzen could feel through his robes. "What is this?" he murmured. He had seen cursed seals. He had seen clan markings. He had seen every kind of jutsu-born brand the shinobi world could produce. This was different. This was not chakra. This was something deeper, something that came from the soul itself. He ran his thumb across it gently. The mark pulsed, and for one strange moment, the old Hokage felt safe, completely and utterly safe, in a way he had not felt since he was a child himself. "Naruto," he said softly, remembering the name Minato and Kushina had chosen. "What are you?" He would spend the next 12 years trying to answer that question. He would never succeed. The first 5 years of Naruto's life were quiet. He lived in a small apartment on the east side of the village, alone. The 3rd Hokage visited when he could, which was not often enough. The Anbu watched from the rooftops, which was too far away to matter. And the village did what villages do to things they fear and cannot understand. They looked through him. They whispered behind his back. They pulled their children away when he walked past. Some of them downwards. Some of them threw things. Most of them simply pretended he did not exist, which was somehow worse than all the rest combined. But here is the thing about Naruto Uzumaki. The thing that separated him from every other orphan, every other lonely child, every other outcast in the history of the shinobi world. He did not break. He did not harden. He did not fill up with hate or bitterness or rage. He just endured, quietly, gracefully, with a kind of patience that made no sense for a child his age. He would sit on the swing outside the academy and watch the other children play. He would smile at strangers who glared at him. He would bow politely to shopkeepers who slammed their doors in his face. And every night he would sit on his apartment rooftop, look up at the stars, and feel something stirring deep in his chest, a warmth, a memory that was not his own, a voice, not words, just a feeling that said, "You are not alone. You have never been alone. I am still here." He did not understand it yet. He would not understand it for years. But that warmth, that ember buried in the deepest part of his soul, that was Yoriichi. That was the echo of a man who had loved the world so completely that even death and reincarnation could not snuff out the fire he carried. By the time he was 4, the differences were impossible to ignore for anyone paying attention. Naruto moved wrong. That was the only way to describe it. He moved like water over glass, too smooth, too efficient, too perfect for a child who had received zero training. His balance was flawless. His reflexes were instant. His spatial awareness bordered on the supernatural. He would catch falling objects before they hit the ground. He would dodge thrown rocks from behind without turning his head. He would walk through crowded streets and never once bump into another person, flowing through gaps that should not have existed. The Anbu assigned to watch him, a masked operative codenamed Cat, was the first to notice. She filed a report with the third Hokage after watching 4-year-old Naruto pluck a kunai out of the air, a kunai that a drunk chunin had thrown at his back from 20 meters away. The boy caught it between 2 fingers, looked at it, set it gently on the ground, and kept walking. He did not even turn around. Cat's report was 3 words long. He is different. Hiruzen read it. He already knew. By age 5, Naruto found the sword. It was in the forest on the outskirts of the village, in a clearing that nobody visited because the trees grew too thick and the path had been swallowed by roots decades ago. But Naruto walked through those woods like he had been there 1,000 times before, his small feet finding paths that did not exist, his body ducking branches before they appeared. And in the center of that clearing, buried to its hilt in a stone that had split down the middle from the inside, was a katana. The blade was black. The hilt was wrapped in faded crimson cord, and even buried in rock, even corroded by years of rain and neglect, it hummed. Naruto could hear it. A low, steady vibration like a heartbeat, like it was alive, like it had been waiting. He wrapped his small hands around the hilt and pulled. The stone split apart like paper. The blade slid free, and the moment his skin touched the metal, the world changed. The turquoise mark on his forehead blazed bright, so bright that birds fled from the trees for a mile in every direction. The blade began to shift. Black steel turned dark crimson. The edge shimmered with heat that warped the air, and inside Naruto's mind, something clicked into place. He remembered. Not everything, not all at once, but pieces, fragments. The feeling of a sword in his hands that was older than language. The rhythm of a breathing technique that turned the human body into something beyond human. The warmth of the sun, actual sun, the concept itself, flowing through his lungs, his blood, his muscles, his bones. He remembered being someone else, someone who had carried the weight of an entire world on his shoulders and never once complained. Someone who had loved and lost and fought and grieved and still chosen kindness. He stood in that clearing, 5 years old, holding a crimson blade, and he cried. He was not sure why. The tears just came, and with them came the understanding. He had done this before. He had been the strongest. He had carried the burden, and he would do it again. Because that was who he was, in every life, in every world. That night he began to train. He trained alone. He trained in silence. He trained with a discipline and intensity that would have hospitalized most adults. And it came to him like breathing, because it was breathing. Sun breathing, the original, the first, the style that every other breathing technique had been born from and that none had ever matched. The forms returned to him one by one, each one slotting into his body like a key into a lock it was made for. He would practice in the moonlight, his blade painting arcs of crimson fire through the dark, and the warmth that radiated from his movements was so intense that the grass beneath his feet dried and the dew on the leaves evaporated. He was 5. Let that sink in. 5 years old, swinging a blade with the muscle memory of the greatest swordsman in any world's history. And he was only getting started. Now, Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, had been sealed inside Naruto since birth, and for 5 years the beast had watched. It had watched through the bars of its cage, through the seal, through the boy's own senses. It had felt the hatred of the village. It had tasted the loneliness. And like every tailed beast sealed inside a container of suffering, it had waited for the moment that suffering cracked the vessel open, the moment the boy broke down, the moment the despair became a door, because that was how it worked. That was how it always worked. The Jinchuriki suffers, the seal weakens, and the beast bleeds through. Nine Tails had done it 100 times across 100 hosts. It was patient. It was ancient. It was inevitable. Except this time, the host was not what it expected. The night Naruto found the sword, the seal pulsed. The boy's chakra, which had always been abnormally warm, suddenly ignited into something that made Kurama's tail stand straight. It felt like standing too close to the sun. Actual, literal sun. Not chakra that resembled sunlight. The real thing. The fundamental force of creation, the fire that predated the world, compressed into the body of a child. Kurama pressed against the bars of its cage and snarled. Boy. Inside the mindscape, Naruto opened his eyes. He stood in ankle-deep water, in a vast sewer-like corridor that stretched into darkness in every direction. And at the end of that corridor, behind bars the size of mountains, 2 enormous red eyes stared down at him. Kurama leaned forward, its tails fanned out behind it. Its chakra, thick, red, heavy with centuries of rage, flooded the corridor like a wave. The water turned crimson. The walls cracked. The pressure was enough to crush a Jonin's mind like a grape. You are my vessel, Kurama growled. Its voice shook the entire mindscape. You are mine, your body, your chakra, your life. All of it belongs to me. Kneel. Naruto looked up at the Nine Tails. He was 5 years old. He was standing in water up to his ankles. He was looking at a being of pure chakra, the size of a mountain range, a creature that had leveled villages and killed Kage and been feared since the beginning of the shinobi world. And he was not afraid. He was not even tense. His heartbeat did not change. His breathing did not quicken. He just looked and he saw. This was the first time the transparent world activated. It happened without effort. One moment, Naruto was looking at the Nine Tails with normal eyes. The next, the world peeled open. Kurama's physical form became translucent. Naruto could see through it, see the chakra pathways, the energy cores, the network of tails that worked like a circulatory system of pure malice. He could see the beast's heart, not its literal heart, its emotional one, the pain, the loneliness, the centuries of being used as a weapon, sealed inside one prison after another, hated by everyone who ever looked at it. He could see the fox's fury, and beneath that fury, buried so deep that Kurama itself had forgotten it was there, grief. Overwhelming, ancient grief. You have suffered greatly, Naruto said. His voice was soft, sincere, a 5-year-old child saying words that carried the emotional weight of an ancient soul. Kurama froze, its tail stopped moving, its snarl faded. Because that sentence, that simple sentence, had done something that no seal, no jutsu, no kage, and no warrior had ever accomplished. It had reached past the rage. It had spoken directly to the wound. And then Naruto walked forward. He walked through the crimson water, through the crushing pressure of tail beast chakra, through the heat and the rage and the malice. He walked up to the cage. He placed one small hand on the bars, and the mark on his forehead blazed. The warmth that flooded the mindscape was not chakra. It was older than chakra. It was the warmth of the original sun, the breath of Yoriichi Tsugikuni, the soul that had cornered the Demon King, compressed into a frequency that bypassed every defense and struck directly at the core of a living being. It was the warmth of someone who had looked at the cruelest creature in existence and still chosen compassion. Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, the strongest of the tailed beasts, the living natural disaster, lowered its head. It did not choose to. Its body moved on its own, its tails curled inward, its legs bent. It pressed its massive head against the floor of its cage and lay still. Its red eyes, normally burning with defiance, went wide and wet. Its claws retracted, its chakra pulled back like a tide retreating from a shore. It was fear, but it was more than fear. It was recognition, something in the fox's deepest instincts, something older than thought. Recognized the soul standing in front of it and said, "Do not fight this. You cannot fight this. This is the apex. This is the ceiling. This is the thing that the darkness fears." Naruto kept his hand on the bars. "I am not going to use you," he said. "I am not going to hurt you. You can rest here. I will keep us both safe." Kurama said nothing. Its breathing slowed. Its eyes closed. And for the first time in its entire existence, across centuries, across dozens of hosts, across an eternity of rage, the nine-tailed fox slept peacefully. It would not speak again for years. It did not need to. And Naruto, for his part, did not need its power. He carried something far older. The Anbu operative Cat reported to the third Hokage that night. She had been watching from the tree line when Naruto found the sword. She had felt the pulse of warmth. She had seen the mark on his forehead flare. "Hokage-sama," she said, kneeling before Hiruzen's desk. "The Uzumaki boy. He's different," Hiruzen said. "Yes, I know. With respect, sir, different is not the word I would use." "Then what word would you use?" Cat hesitated. She had served in Anbu for 6 years. She had fought missing nine, tailed beasts, and things that did not have names. She was not someone who hesitated. "Terrifying," she said finally, "in the most beautiful way I've ever seen." Hiruzen looked at her for a long moment. Then he took a slow drag from his pipe and stared out the window at the village below. "Keep watching him," he said, "and do not interfere. Let's talk about the academy, because this is where things start getting fun." Naruto entered the Konoha Ninja Academy at age 6, and from the very first day, every assumption the instructors had about him, about the demon brat, the dead last in waiting, the Jinchuriki who would surely be the weakest link, evaporated like mist in the sun. The entrance evaluation was simple: throw a kunai at a target, run a timed sprint, perform a basic transformation jutsu. Standard stuff. Every 6-year-old fumbled through it with shaking hands and nervous giggles. Naruto walked up to the target range. He held 3 kunai between his fingers. He threw them in one motion, smooth, effortless, like breathing out. All 3 hit dead center. Not close to center. Dead center, stacked on top of each other. The 3rd kunai split the second one down the middle. Iruka Umino, the Chunin instructor running the evaluation, stared at the target. He blinked. He looked down at his clipboard. He looked back at the target. He looked at Naruto. Have you trained before?" Iruka asked carefully. "Yes," Naruto said. He bowed politely. "My apologies if I went out of turn." Iruka's eye twitched. The kid was 6. He was apologizing for being too good. The sprint was worse or better, depending on your perspective. Naruto ran the course in a time that beat half the graduating class. The academy instructors rechecked the stopwatch 3 times. Then they threw it away and bought a new one because they assumed it was broken. The transformation jutsu was flawless. Not good, not passable, flawless. Naruto transformed into a perfect replica of the 3rd Hokage, down to the wrinkles on his knuckles and the exact color of his pipe. Iruka had to dispel it himself because he genuinely could not tell the difference. But the moment, the real moment, came during the taijutsu evaluation. Every student had to spar with a training dummy. The dummy was reinforced, designed to take punishment from children who had just learned to throw a punch. It was bolted to the floor with steel brackets. Naruto walked up to the dummy. He shifted into a stance that none of the instructors recognized. Feet planted, shoulders square, weight centered, hands open. No fists, just open palms. It was not any academy style. It was not any style in the Konoha archives. It was the stance of a swordsman who had adapted his body to fight without a blade. He breathed in, one deep, slow breath that seemed to pull the warmth out of the air around him. And then he struck. One palm strike to the dummy's center. One single, clean strike. The dummy exploded off its brackets, rocketed across the training yard, smashed through the wooden fence at the far end, bounced twice across the dirt road beyond it, and embedded itself in the wall of a civilian noodle shop 40 meters away. Silence. 30 children stared. 5 instructors stared. Iruka stared. The owner of the noodle shop poked his head out the window, looked at the training dummy buried in his wall, and very slowly closed his shutters. Naruto straightened up. He turned to Iruka. "I apologize for the damage," he said. "I will pay for repairs." He was 6. Iruka wrote one sentence in his evaluation report: "Recommend immediate advancement to graduation class." The third Hokage read the report. He smiled. He was not surprised. Now, the academy was supposed to take 4 years. That was the standard track. You enter at 6 or 7, you graduate at 10 or 11, you become a genin and join a team. That was how it worked for everyone. Sasuke Uchiha was considered a generational prodigy for being at the top of his class every single year. Neji Hyuga was called a genius for graduating a year early. Itachi Uchiha had graduated at 7, and that was still whispered about like a legend. Naruto graduated in 1 year, at 7. He did not rush. He did not skip material. He simply absorbed everything the academy offered: combat techniques, chakra theory, history, tactics, trap-making, survival skills, and mastered it at a pace that the instructors had never seen from any student in the history of the institution. He scored perfect marks on every written exam. He scored perfect marks on every physical exam. He broke every academy training record that existed, some of which had stood for decades. But here is what made it strange. He was not arrogant about it, not even close. He was quiet. He was polite. He helped the struggling students with their shuriken throws during lunch breaks. He bowed to his instructors before and after every lesson. He called everyone by their proper name and never raised his voice. When other students tried to bully him, because old habits die hard and the village's hatred trickled down to the children, he simply stood there and waited for them to tire themselves out. He never struck a classmate outside of a sanctioned spar. He never insulted anyone. He never bragged. And that somehow made it more unnerving, because arrogance can be challenged, pride can be provoked. But this absolute, serene, untouchable calm, there was nothing to grab onto. He was like trying to fight the sky. By the time he graduated, every instructor in the academy knew 2 things. First, Naruto Uzumaki was the most talented student who had ever walked through their doors, and it was not close. Second, whatever he was, it was beyond their ability to teach. They had given him everything they had, and he had swallowed it whole and still looked hungry. Iruka was the one who handed him his headband. It was a quiet ceremony, just the 2 of them in the empty classroom after hours. Iruka had fought to be there. He had fought past his own old prejudice, his own lingering fear of the fox, because over the course of that year, he had watched Naruto Uzumaki be the kindest, most disciplined, most selfless student he had ever taught. And that mattered more than any demon sealed behind any cage. "Naruto," Iruka said, tying the headband around his forehead, just below the turquoise mark. "I'm proud of you." Naruto looked at him, those blue eyes steady and warm and old, in a way that Iruka could never quite explain. And then the boy smiled, a real full smile, the kind that lit up his whole face and made the room feel warmer. "Thank you, Iruka-sensei," he said. "You are one of the kindest people I have ever known." Iruka blinked. His eyes watered. He had no idea why such a simple sentence hit him so hard, but it did. It landed right in his chest and stayed there. He would remember that moment for the rest of his life. Now, let's talk about teams. In the standard timeline in the world that was supposed to be, Naruto would have been placed on Team 7 with Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno under Kakashi Hatake. That was the plan. That was what the council wanted. Jinchuriki plus Sharingan user plus the copy ninja supervisor equals maximum control and monitoring. But the third Hokage looked at Naruto's file, a file that was now thicker than most Jonin dossiers, and made a different call. "He doesn't need control," Hiruzen said to the assembled Jonin commanders. "He needs someone who can keep up with him, or at least try." He turned to a man standing in the back of the room, a man in a green spandex jumpsuit with a bowl cut, shining teeth, and the most aggressively positive energy in the entire village. "Might Guy." "Guy," Hiruzen said, "Naruto Uzumaki is on your team." Guy's eyes went wide, then wider, then impossibly wide, with actual sparkles in them and what appeared to be tears already forming. "Hokage-sama!" Guy shouted, because Guy did not have a volume below maximum. "You are entrusting me with the flame of youth that burns brightest in this entire village? I am entrusting you with a child who will make your head spin," Hiruzen said dryly. "Try to keep up." "I will not just keep up. I will fan his flames until they, thank you, Guy, dismissed. And so, Team 9 was formed. The lineup: Naruto Uzumaki, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, led by Might Guy. This was not the team the world expected. This was not the team anyone planned. But this was the team that was about to turn the entire shinobi world on its head, and they were going to do it in the most spectacular way imaginable. The first meeting was at Training Ground 9, early morning. Guy was already there, doing one-armed push-ups on a boulder. Lee was beside him, doing the same thing but slower and with more screaming. Neji arrived on time, arms crossed, Byakugan veins already faintly visible around his eyes because he had activated them the moment he sensed he was being watched. And then Naruto arrived. He walked into the training ground like the morning breeze, quiet, unhurried, carrying a crimson-hilted katana on his back that was almost as tall as he was. His long blonde hair was tied back in a low ponytail. The turquoise mark on his forehead glowed faintly in the morning light. His blue eyes swept across the field with a calm awareness that took in everything and reacted to nothing. Lee stopped his push-ups mid-rep. Neji's Byakugan flared fully active without his permission. And Guy straightened up from his boulder and went completely still, which was something that happened roughly once every 3 years. Because Guy was a taijutsu master. Guy was a man who had opened the 8 gates. Guy had spent his entire life studying the human body in motion, understanding combat on an instinctive level that most shinobi could not comprehend. And what he saw when Naruto walked into that clearing was a body with zero wasted movement, zero tension, zero openings. This 7-year-old child moved like a finished product, like someone who had already completed a lifetime of training and was simply inhabiting the result. "Good morning," Naruto said, and bowed. "I look forward to training with you." Guy said nothing. His jaw was open. For the first time in his career, Might Guy was speechless. Lee recovered first because Lee always recovered first. "You!" he shouted, jumping to his feet with a fire in his eyes that could melt steel. "You are Naruto Uzumaki. I have heard of you. They say you graduated in 1 year. They say you broke every academy record." "Some of that is true," Naruto said mildly. "Some?" Lee's eyes were blazing. "Then I challenge you to a spar right now. I must test my youth against Lee." Guy's voice was quiet, which was terrifying because Guy's voice was never quiet. "Wait." Lee froze. Neji's eyes narrowed. Both of them looked at their sensei and saw something they had never seen on Might Guy's face. Caution. Guy walked forward slowly. He stopped 3 meters from Naruto and looked down at the boy. His expression was serious, thoughtful. The goofy exuberance was gone, replaced by the focus of a man who had stared down S-rank threats and lived. "Naruto," Guy said, "before we begin anything, I would like to spar with you myself. Just a light exchange. I want to understand what I'm working with." He paused. "The Hokage told me you were special. I want to see what he meant." Naruto looked up at him. "Of course, Guy-sensei, whenever you are ready." Guy stepped back to the center of the clearing. He dropped into the strong fist stance, legs wide, fists raised, weight centered. "I will not use the gates," he said, "but I will take this seriously. Come at me however you are comfortable." Naruto walked to the opposite side of the clearing. He did not draw his sword. He did not take a stance. He just stood there, hands at his sides, body relaxed, blue eyes steady. Lee was bouncing on his feet. "This is going to be incredible. Guy-sensei is the strongest taijutsu master in the village." Neji said nothing. His Byakugan was locked onto Naruto, and what he was seeing, or rather what he was failing to see, was making the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Because Naruto's chakra signature, which should have been visible as a clear network of pathways and coils, was flickering, like a candle in the wind. There 1 second, gone the next. He had never seen anything like it. "Begin," Guy said. He moved. Guy was fast. Even without the gates, Might Guy was one of the fastest shinobi in the Hidden Leaf. His opening lunge covered the distance between them in under a second. A straight punch aimed at Naruto's chest, designed to test reaction speed and defensive instinct. His fist hit air. Not a substitution, not a dodge. Naruto had simply wasn't there. He had been standing in that exact spot a fraction of a second ago, and now he was 2 meters to the left, standing in the exact same relaxed posture, as if he had never moved at all. Guy's eyes widened. He spun into a roundhouse kick. It was faster this time, A real combat strike, the kind that could crack a tree trunk. His leg whipped through the space where Naruto's head should have been. Nothing. Naruto was behind him now. Guy threw a combination. Jab, cross, hook, spinning back fist, rising knee. 5 strikes in under 2 seconds, each one devastating enough to drop a Chunin. Every single one of them missed. Naruto moved between them like smoke. He did not block. He did not deflect. He did not even appear to be trying. He was just elsewhere. Always exactly where Guy's fists were not. Lee's jaw dropped so far it nearly hit his chest. What? What is happening? Neiji's Byakugan was straining. He was pumping chakra into his eyes harder than he ever had before, trying to track Naruto's movements. And he couldn't. The boy's form kept disappearing from his enhanced vision. One frame he was there. The next frame he was somewhere else. There was no transition, no blur, no movement trail. It was as if reality itself was skipping frames around him. What the hell? Neji whispered. The great Hyuga prodigy, the genius of his clan, the boy who believed in the absolute supremacy of the Byakugan, and his eyes could not track a 7-year-old. Guy stopped. He was breathing harder than he should have been. He had thrown over a dozen strikes and landed 0. His instincts were screaming at him in a way they had only screamed once before, when he had sparred with the 4th Hokage. Naruto, Guy said carefully. What was that? What technique allows you to move like that? I erased myself, Naruto said simply. You erased yourself. My presence, my intent, my killing aura, everything that your senses and instincts use to track me, I let go of it. When you cannot perceive me, you cannot predict me. And when you cannot predict me, you cannot hit me. Silence. Lee looked like someone had just told him that gravity was optional. Neji looked like someone had just insulted his entire bloodline. And Guy stared at this 7-year-old child who had just described in plain and polite language a technique that essentially made him invisible to the greatest taijutsu practitioner in the village. And then Might Guy did what Might Guy always did when faced with something that shattered his understanding of the world. He cried. Not sad tears, not frustrated tears, pure, unadulterated tears of joy. They streamed down his face like waterfalls. His teeth sparkled, his fists clenched. His entire body shook with emotion. Naruto Uzumaki! Guy bellowed, loud enough to scatter birds from the trees for half a mile. Your flame of youth burns so bright that I cannot even see it. This is the most beautiful thing I have ever witnessed. I am not worthy to be your sensei, but I will spend every day trying to become worthy. He lunged forward and wrapped Naruto in a bear hug that lifted the boy off the ground. Behind them, a sunset materialized out of absolutely nowhere. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and waves crashed against rocks that did not exist. Lee was sobbing. Guy-sensei, this is the power of youth! Lee! Guy-sensei! Lee! They embraced each other, while still somehow both embracing Naruto, creating a 3-person hug sandwich that defied physics and personal space alike. Naruto, for his part, stood perfectly still inside the group hug. His expression had not changed. He blinked once, twice, then the faintest, softest smile crossed his face. Thank you, Guy-sensei, he said. This is the first time someone has hugged me. The sunset got even bigger. Lee cried harder. Guy cried harder than Lee. Somewhere in the village, Kakashi Hatake felt a disturbance in the force and decided to be late to his own team meeting by an additional hour. Neji stood off to the side, arms crossed, Byakugan still active, wearing an expression that suggested he was reconsidering every life choice that had led him to this exact moment. This team, Neji muttered, is going to be a nightmare. He was right, but it was going to be the best nightmare of his life. The next few months were a blur of missions, training, and moments that would have been classified as S-rank entertainment if entertainment had a ranking system. Guy trained his team with the same intensity he applied to everything. Maximum. Lee thrived on it. He ran laps until he collapsed. He did push-ups until his arms gave out. He kicked training posts until his shins bled and then kicked them again. Guy loved Lee with the fire of 1,000 suns, and Lee returned it with interest. Neji trained with the cold precision of a Hyuga, gentle fist rotations, chakra point strikes, Byakugan exercises that pushed his vision range further every day. He was a genius in every sense of the word, and he knew it, and he did not let anyone forget it. And Naruto trained alone at dawn before the others arrived. He would stand in the center of the training ground, draw his katana, and practice the forms. Sun breathing, moving through each one that created after images. The blade hummed crimson in the morning light. The air around him rippled with heat. The ground beneath his feet dried and cracked. Guy watched from a distance one morning. He had arrived early, which he would later describe as the greatest decision of my life. He hid behind a tree, poorly, because stealth was not Guy's strong suit, and watched Naruto move. It was the most beautiful thing Guy had ever seen. And Guy was a man who found beauty in everything, in Lee's determination, in the sunset, in the concept of push-ups. But this was different. This was artistry. Each swing of the blade flowed into the next with zero hesitation, zero wasted energy, zero telegraphing. It was like watching someone draw a masterpiece with a single continuous line. The fire was not decoration. It was the technique itself. The heat, the light, the speed, they were all one thing, all part of a breathing style that turned a human body into a walking sun. Guy felt tears streaming down his face again. He wiped them away. He whispered, "Naruto, what are you?" He did not get an answer. He never would. Some questions are bigger than answers. But here is what Guy did understand. Naruto did not need a teacher. Not really. What he needed was a team. People to fight beside. People to protect. People to care about. And Guy decided right then and there that he would give Naruto that, or die trying. Team 9's mission started small. D ranks. Catching cats, weeding gardens, painting fences. The kind of mind-numbing grunt work that every Genin team suffered through as a rite of passage. Lee attacked each mission with passionate screaming. Neji completed each one with visible disdain. And Naruto handled them with the same calm, measured efficiency he applied to everything. The famous cat mission. Tora, the fire daimyo's wife's cat, the bane of every Genin team in Konoha, lasted 4 seconds. Naruto entered the park where the cat was hiding. He stood still. He breathed. The transparent world activated, and he saw the cat's chakra signature hiding in a bush 40 meters away. He walked over, knelt down, and held out his hand. The cat came to him immediately. It nuzzled against his palm and purred like a motorboat. Lee's jaw dropped. "That cat has clawed every Genin in the village." "Animals can sense intent," Naruto said, scratching behind Tora's ears. "When you carry no aggression, they have no reason to fear you." Neji stared at the cat purring in Naruto's arms. "The cat likes you," he said flatly. "It took Team 7 3 hours and a trip to the hospital." "I like cats," Naruto said. And that was the Tora mission. 4 seconds, 0 injuries. Guy wrote in his report that his team completed the mission with the power of animal youth, and the mission desk Chunin had to take a 5-minute break to recover. Their first C rank came 2 months in. Escort a merchant to a village on the border of the Land of Fire. Standard stuff. Low risk. No expected combat. The bandits hit them halfway through the journey. 12 of them, armed with clubs and rusty swords and the kind of confidence that comes from outnumbering children 4 to 1. Guy stepped forward, ready to handle it himself. It was a Jonin's job to protect his team on their first reel. Naruto moved. He drew his blade in one motion. The crimson edge ignited. The air warped. In the time it took Guy to shift his weight onto his front foot, Naruto was already on the other side of the 12 bandits. His sword was sheathed. He had not even looked back. 12 clubs and swords clattered to the ground in pieces. 12 bandits stood frozen, their weapons cut clean through without any of them feeling the blade move. Their belts were cut too. Their pants fell down. All 12 of them, standing in the middle of the road with their weapons in pieces and their pants around their ankles, wearing the exact same expression of total, complete, existential confusion. Lee blinked. Then he burst out laughing so hard he fell over. Neji's left eye twitched. He deactivated his Byakugan because there was nothing his eyes could show him that would make this make more sense. Guy stood perfectly still. A single tear of joy slid down his cheek. The merchant they were escorting fainted. "My apologies," Naruto said politely, not turning around. "I left them alive. They are merely disarmed." "In more ways than one," Neji muttered, eyeing the pants situation. One of the bandits started crying. Another one sat down in the dirt and stared at the sky. A third one whispered, "I'm going back to farming." This was the moment that Team 9 stopped being a regular Genin squad and started being a legend. Because the merchant they escorted told everyone about the blonde kid with the red sword who disarmed 12 bandits faster than you could blink. And that merchant told a friend, and that friend told a tavern, and that tavern told a trading post. And within a month, the story had spread across half the land of fire. The kid with the sunblade. That's what they called him. And the story grew with every retelling the way stories do, until the real version and the legend blurred together. 12 bandits became 20. One swing became a flash of light visible from a mile away. The pants thing stayed accurate because some details are too good to exaggerate. And through it all, Naruto just kept training, kept smiling, kept being polite and warm and utterly devastating in equal measure. 6 months after Team 9 formed, the Chunin exams were announced. The Chunin exams, the biggest stage in the Genin world, a proving ground where the hidden villages sent their best young shinobi to compete, to show off, to establish dominance. It was equal parts tournament and blood sport. Teams came from every major village. The Forest of Death waited, and the entire shinobi world was watching. Guy submitted Team 9 without hesitation. Lee was ecstatic, Neji was confident, and Naruto simply nodded and said, "I will do my best." Your best, Neji said under his breath, could level a mountain. The written exam came first. Ibiki Morino, head of torture and interrogation, a man whose face had more scars than most battlefields, ran the test. It was designed to break Genin, to test their nerve, their information-gathering ability, and their willingness to risk failure. The questions were impossible. The real test was whether you had the guts to stay in your seat. Naruto sat down. He looked at the test paper. He picked up his pencil. He answered every single question correctly. All 9 impossible questions answered with clean handwriting and perfect accuracy in 12 minutes. Ibiki collected the papers at the end. He flipped through them. He got to Naruto's. He read it. He read it again. He held it up to the light as if checking for genjutsu. Then he looked across the room at the blonde boy sitting perfectly still with his hands folded. And for the first time in anyone's memory, Ibiki Morino's scarred face showed genuine surprise. "How?" Ibiki said after the exam, cornering Naruto in the hallway. "Did you know the answer to question 7? That was classified intel from the Second Shinobi War." "I studied," Naruto said. "That information is in the restricted section of the Konoha archives. Access requires Hokage-level clearance." Naruto blinked. "Oh, I apologize. The archive door was unlocked when I visited." Ibiki stared at him for a very long time. Then he turned and walked away. He would later tell the Hokage, "That kid is either the most dangerous shinobi in this exam or the most polite, possibly both." The second exam, the Forest of Death. 44 training zones of the most hostile, deadly, predator-infested wilderness in the Land of Fire. Teams entered with 1 scroll. They needed 2 to pass. There were no rules. There was no oversight. You survived or you didn't. Anko Mitarashi, the proctor, a woman who matched the forest's energy with her own brand of aggressive chaos, launched the signal. The gates opened. The teams poured in. Team 9 moved like a machine. Neji's Byakugan swept the area in a 360-degree arc, mapping terrain and tracking enemy teams. Lee's speed handled reconnaissance, and Naruto walked in the center, calm, katana on his back, senses spread across the forest like a net. They acquired their second scroll in 40 minutes. A team from the Hidden Rain village made the mistake of ambushing them from above. Lee intercepted the first attacker with a flying kick that sent the poor bastard through 2 trees. Neji sealed the second attacker's chakra points in 4 hits. And the third, the one with the scroll, found Naruto standing directly in front of him despite having just been 50 meters away. "May I have that?" Naruto asked politely, pointing at the scroll. The Rain Genin handed it over, turned around, and ran. He would later tell his Jonin instructor, "I would rather fail every exam for the rest of my life than face that boy again." With both scrolls in hand, Team 9 could have headed straight for the tower. But Naruto stopped. He turned east. His eyes narrowed. The first time Lee or Neji had ever seen him react to anything with urgency. "Something is wrong," Naruto said. "Follow me." He moved through the forest at a pace that made Lee, the boy who trained to be fast his entire life, struggle to keep up. The trees blurred. The ground vanished beneath them. And within minutes, they arrived at a clearing that smelled like snakes and ozone. Team 7 was in trouble. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Sai, their third member in this timeline, a pale boy from Root's disbanded training program, were pinned. Sasuke was on his knees, Sharingan active, blood running from a gash on his forehead. Sakura was unconscious against a tree. Sai was on the ground, his ink beast shredded, and his arm bent at a wrong angle. And standing in the center of the clearing, wearing the face of a grass ninja that did not fit quite right, was Orochimaru of the Sannin, one of the 3 legendary shinobi trained by the third Hokage himself, a man who had experimented on his own comrades, a man who had defected from the village and built an empire of forbidden jutsu and stolen bodies, a monster in human skin who had come to this exam for one reason: Sasuke Uchiha's Sharingan. Orochimaru's tongue, elongated purple wrong, was wrapped around Sasuke's neck. The snake Sannin was smiling, the kind of smile that made you feel like you needed a shower. Such a beautiful pair of eyes, Orochimaru hissed. I think I will. He stopped, his tongue retracted, his smile froze. His pupils contracted to slits, because every instinct in his enhanced, modified, borderline immortal body was suddenly screaming at him. Every single one. A unified chorus of run, 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 run. Now immediately, do not look, do not wait, run. He turned. Naruto stood at the edge of the clearing. His katana was still on his back. His hands were at his sides. His expression had not changed. He was not flexing his chakra. He was not releasing killing intent. He was just there. But the air around him had shifted. The temperature in the clearing rose by 3 degrees. The light seemed to bend toward him slightly, as if the sun itself was paying attention. And the mark on his forehead, the turquoise flame, was glowing. Orochimaru looked at the boy. He processed what he was seeing. Blonde hair, whisker marks, a mark on his forehead that he could not identify, and a presence that made the snake inside him coil tighter than it had in decades. He knew who this was. Ah, Orochimaru said, his voice carrying that tone he wore like a mask. The Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails vessel. He tilted his head. I have no interest in you, child. Run along. This is between me and the Uchiha. Lee, Naruto said quietly, take Sasuke and his team and move to the tower. Lee hesitated. Naruto, please. That one word, please, carried more weight than any command. Lee looked at Naruto's back, at the katana, at the glowing mark, and something in Lee's gut told him, do not argue, he has this. Yes, Lee said. He moved, fast. He grabbed Sasuke. Neji grabbed Sai. Sakura was lifted between them. In seconds, Team 7 was evacuated from the clearing, which left Naruto and Orochimaru alone in the forest of death. Orochimaru's smile returned. It was wider now. Curious. You sent your team away. How noble and how foolish. Do you know who I am, boy? Yes, Naruto said. You are Orochimaru. You betrayed your village. You experimented on children. You have spent your life chasing immortality because you are afraid of death. The smile flickered, just a fraction. I am not afraid of. You are, Naruto said. Not angry, not accusing, just stating a fact with the same calm certainty as saying the sky is blue. I can see it in you. Your blood moves faster when you think about dying. Your heart rate spikes. Your chakra coils tighten around your core like armor. You are terrified. Orochimaru's smile was completely gone now, because the boy was right. And more importantly, the boy was seeing through him. Not with a dojutsu, not with a sensing technique, with something else. Something that Orochimaru, in all his decades of forbidden research, could not identify. Transparent world. Naruto could see everything. The snake-like modifications to Orochimaru's body. The stolen cells grafted into his organs. The parasitic chakra network wrapped around his original coils like a second skeleton. He could see the man's heart beating, too fast, too irregular, pumping blood that was not entirely human. He could see the fear buried beneath layers and layers of arrogance. Naruto reached back and drew his katana. The sound of the blade leaving its sheath cut through the clearing like a church bell. The metal caught the light, and then the light stayed. The blade turned crimson, deep, burning, absolute crimson. Heat poured off it in visible waves. The air around Naruto began to shimmer. The grass at his feet yellowed and curled. Orochimaru's eyes went wide, actually wide. The kind that happens when your body recognizes a threat before your mind can process it. What, Orochimaru whispered, is that blade? Naruto settled into his stance, low, centered. The katana held in both hands angled 45 degrees. His breathing changed, deep, rhythmic. Each inhale pulled warmth into his lungs. Each exhale released it through his arms, into the blade, into the world. The crimson glow intensified, the temperature spiked. The trees nearest to him began to smoke. Sun breathing, Naruto said, and then he attacked. First form, dance. One horizontal slash, one single, clean, devastating arc of crimson fire that crossed the clearing at a speed that should not have existed outside of space-time ninjutsu. The air split, the ground split. Everything in the path of that strike, trees, rocks, dirt, air itself, was divided and cauterized in the same instant. A line of molten glass marked the path of the blade through the earth. The heat bloom vaporized moisture in a 50-meter radius. Orochimaru dodged, barely. He substituted with a log that was ash before it finished materializing. He reappeared on a tree branch 20 meters away, and when he looked down at his left arm was gone. Gone, severed cleanly at the shoulder, no blood. The wound was cauterized instantly by heat so intense that the flesh had turned to smooth sealed scar tissue in the same moment it was cut. The Sannin stared at his missing arm. He stared at the line of molten glass cutting through the forest floor. He stared at the blond boy standing in the center of the clearing, katana still extended from the follow-through, crimson blade humming with heat. And for the first time in over 20 years, since the day he had faced Hanzo the Salamander and earned the title of Sannin, Orochimaru felt genuine, complete, all-consuming terror. This was not a Jinchuriki. This was not a child. This was not even a shinobi in any sense that Orochimaru understood. This was something from outside his frame of reference, something that made his snake instinct scream the word that every prey animal knows, predator. Naruto turned to face him. The blade was still glowing. His eyes were steady. His breathing was calm. He was not even winded. "Leave this forest," Naruto said. "Leave this village. Do not come back." Orochimaru's face twisted. For 1 second, one brief, insane second, his pride almost made him stay. Almost. Decades of being one of the most feared shinobi alive, decades of believing himself beyond defeat, decades of playing God with the bodies and souls of others. And then he looked into Naruto's eyes again. He saw no arrogance, no anger, no killing intent. He saw warmth, genuine warmth, the kind of warmth that said, "I do not want to kill you, but I will, and you will not be able to stop me." Orochimaru ran. He sank into the tree branch. He melted into the wood like a snake into grass. He abandoned the curse mark plan. He abandoned Sasuke. He abandoned the entire operation he had spent months setting up. He ran with the kind of speed that only comes from the deepest rock, most honest part of a person's survival instinct. The giant summoning snake he had brought, a massive purple serpent coiled in the canopy above, tried to attack. Its jaws opened wide enough to swallow trees whole. It lunged at Naruto with the speed of a striking viper. Naruto did not even look at it. He simply extended his blade upward. Second form, clear blue sky, one vertical slash that split the sky. A pillar of crimson fire erupted from the blade and cleaved the snake from jaw to tail. Both halves crashed into the forest, already smoking, already burning, already dissolving back into the summoning dimension because the creature was too damaged to remain. The clearing was silent. The only sound was the faint crackling of superheated glass cooling along the ground and the distant crashing of trees that had been severed by the first strike's heat wave. Naruto sheathed his sword. The crimson faded. The temperature dropped. The mark on his forehead dimmed to a soft glow. He stood alone in the clearing for a moment. Then he looked up at the canopy, at the hole his second strike had punched through the trees, revealing a perfect circle of blue sky. "I just want to protect someone," he said to no one. "That is all I have ever wanted." He turned and walked toward the tower. Meanwhile, in the treetops a quarter-mile away, Anko Mitarashi, who had been tracking Orochimaru through the forest since she sensed his presence, had witnessed everything. She had arrived just in time to see the first form turn the Sannin into a one-armed sprinter. Her dango was on the ground. Her mouth was open. Her coat had slipped off one shoulder, and she had not noticed. "What the fuck?" Anko said, which was the most eloquent response anyone could have managed. She would report to the Hokage within the hour. Her report would be significantly longer than Kat's three-word version from years ago, but it boiled down to essentially the same message. "You do not understand what you have in that boy, and frankly, neither do I." The news spread through the Proctor network in minutes. By the time the second exam ended, every jonin in the tower had heard some version of the story. A genin had fought Orochimaru of the Sannin. A genin had cut off the Sannin's arm. A genin had made the snake run. The details varied. The conclusion did not. Naruto Uzumaki was different. Capital D different. When Team 9 arrived at the tower, they were the first team to complete the exam. Neji and Lee were waiting inside. Sasuke's team had been delivered to the medics. And when Naruto walked through the doors, carrying that faint smell of heated metal and warm earth, every ninja in the room turned to look at him. Guy was there. He took one look at Naruto and knew. He did not need details. He did not need a report. He just looked at his student's face and understood that something massive had happened and that Naruto had handled it. Naruto, Guy said, his voice uncharacteristically soft. Are you all right? Yes, Guy-sensei, I am fine. Did he hurt you? He did not touch me. Guy closed his eyes. He breathed. Then he placed a hand on Naruto's head gently and ruffled his hair. Good, Guy said. That's good. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Then he smiled. That same warm-based, genuine smile that made rooms feel brighter. Lee was vibrating. Naruto, what happened? Tell us everything! There was a dangerous person in the forest, Naruto said. He left. He left? Yes. Just left? I asked him to. Lee stared at Naruto. He stared for 5 full seconds. Then he turned to Neji. Did he just say he asked Orochimaru of the Sannin to leave? That appears to be what happened, Neji said. His arms were crossed. His voice was flat. But if you looked closely, and Lee looked closely, there was something in Neji's pale eyes that had not been there before. Something that looked suspiciously like respect. With one arm less than he arrived with, Neji added quietly. Lee's brain short-circuited. He sat down on the floor. He stared at the ceiling. One arm, he whispered. He took Orochimaru's arm, in the Forest of Death, during the Chunin exams. He is 7. He turns 8 next month, Neji offered helpfully. That does not help, Neji. Naruto sat down between them. He pulled out a rice ball from his pack and began eating it quietly. The greatest swordsman in the history of 2 worlds, eating a rice ball on the floor of an exam tower, completely unbothered. Would either of you like one? He asked, holding out his pack. Lee took one. He was still staring at the ceiling, but he took the rice ball. Even Neji took one, though he would deny it later. The preliminary rounds were announced the next day. Too many teams had passed. The numbers needed to be cut before the final tournament. One-on-one matches randomly selected in the tower's arena. The Hokage himself was present. So were the Jonin commanders. So were the other village leaders and their entourages. The arena was a stone floor surrounded by raised walkways where the observers stood. The third Hokage sat in a viewing box overlooking the entire space. Beside him, Jiraiya of the Sannin, who had arrived in the village 2 days ago after receiving an urgent message from Hiruzen, leaned against the railing with his arms crossed and a deeply troubled expression on his face. You're telling me a 7-year-old genin took Orochimaru's arm, Jiraiya said. That is what the reports indicate, Hiruzen replied. With a sword. With a sword. A sword that was on fire. It appeared to be, yes. Jiraiya rubbed his face with both hands. Sensei, what the hell is going on with Minato's kid? I have been asking that question for 7 years, Hiruzen said. I have not received a satisfactory answer. The matches cycled through. Lee fought a sound genin and won with a devastating combination of speed and taijutsu that left the arena floor cracked. Neji fought a rain genin and dismantled him with gentle fists so precise that the medics said it was like watching surgery. Sasuke fought a sound genin and won with his Sharingan and fire techniques, but he was visibly shaken, distracted, haunted by what had happened in the forest. And then the board lit up with 2 names, Naruto Uzumaki versus Gaara of the Sand. The arena went quiet, not the normal quiet of anticipation, the quiet of dread, because everyone in that room knew 2 things about Gaara. First, he was the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, Shukaku. Second, he was insane. The boy from the sand had already killed in this exam. His eyes carried the look of someone who had not slept in years and had replaced rest with murder. His sand armor was always active. His sand coffin had crushed a man's bones like paper. The sand genin were terrified of their own teammate. Gaara descended to the arena floor in a swirl of sand. His arms were crossed. His eyes, ringed with dark circles, teal and empty, stared straight ahead. The gourd on his back shifted, sand leaking from the cork in thin, predatory streams. "Come," Gaara said. His voice was dry, cracked, dead. "Let me feel alive." Naruto walked down the steps. His katana was on his back. His hands were at his sides. His long blonde hair swayed with each step. The turquoise mark on his forehead caught the arena lights. In the viewing gallery, the reactions were already starting. Tamari, Gaara's sister, gripped the railing. "That's the kid who fought Orochimaru," she whispered. "Kankuro, that's him." Kankuro, her brother, had gone pale beneath his face paint. "I know, I heard. Should we stop this?" "Stop what?" "Gaara doesn't stop, and from what I heard, neither does that kid." On the other side of the gallery, Kakashi Hatake had his book closed. His one visible eye was locked onto Naruto with the intensity of a man watching a natural disaster approach. Beside him, Asuma Sarutobi was chewing on an unlit cigarette. "Kakashi," Asuma said, "what's your read?" "My read is that I'm glad he's not on my team," Kakashi said, "because I would have no idea what to teach him." Guy was standing at the railing, fists clenched, eyes shining. "Show them, Naruto," he whispered. "Show them the sun." In the arena, Naruto and Gaara faced each other across 30 meters of stone floor. The proctor, Hayate Gecko, a perpetually coughing jonin who looked like he needed a nap more than anyone alive, raised his hand. "Naruto Uzumaki versus Gaara of the Sand," Hayate said. "Begin." Gaara attacked immediately. No stance, no preparation, no warning. The sand erupted from his gourd in a tidal wave, a massive wall of crushing, grinding death that roared across the arena floor like a living thing. It moved with a speed and intelligence that made it clear. This was not just sand. This was an extension of Gaara's will, controlled by the Shukaku's chakra, and it wanted to crush, to bury, to kill. Sand coffin, the signature technique. The sand that chased its target enveloped them and then compressed with enough force to turn bone into powder. The sand reached Naruto. Naruto did not move. The sand wrapped around his legs, his torso, his arms. It covered him completely. A cocoon of crushing pressure that should have ended the match in an instant. "Sand burial," Gaara said, and clenched his fist. The sand compressed. The gallery held its breath. Silence. And then, light. Bright, blinding, burning crimson light poured through the cracks in the sand cocoon. The sand began to glow. The grains nearest to Naruto's body turned red, then orange, then white. They were melting. The sand was turning to glass. Cracks spider-webbed across the cocoon's surface, light bleeding through each one like veins of fire. The cocoon shattered. Naruto stood in the center of a ring of molten glass, completely unharmed. His katana was drawn. The blade was burning crimson. His breathing was deep and steady. The turquoise mark on his forehead blazed with light that cast sharp shadows across the arena. Every grain of sand that had touched him was glass now. The arena floor around his feet was a mosaic of smooth, shining, heat-fused crystal. Gaara's eyes widened. For the first time in anyone's memory, something other than bloodlust crossed the boy's face. Fear. "What? Are you?" Gaara whispered. Naruto looked at him. And with the transparent world fully active, he saw Gaara, truly saw him. Past the sand armor, past the Shukaku's chakra, past the killing intent and the insanity and the bloodlust. He saw a child. A small, terrified, desperately lonely child who had been told every day of his life that he was a monster, that he was unlovable, that his only purpose was to kill. He saw a boy who had never been hugged, who had never heard a kind word that was not followed by betrayal, who had carved the word love into his own forehead because no one had ever shown him what it meant. Naruto's expression softened. His grip on his katana did not change, but his eyes became so sad that the people closest to the arena, the ones who could see his face clearly, felt their chests tighten without understanding why. "You have suffered greatly, Gaara," Naruto said. Gaara flinched as if he had been hit. His sand swirled violently around him. "Shut up!" Gaara screamed. The sand exploded outward in every direction, a sphere of crushing force that tore up the arena floor and launched chunks of stone into the walls. "You know nothing about me! Nothing! I am Gaara of the Sand! I exist to kill! Mother says I should kill you!" Sand erupted from every direction. Tentacles, waves, spears, walls, a storm of sand that filled the arena like a desert had been unleashed indoors. The audience scrambled back from the railings. Hayate dove for cover. The jonin tensed. Naruto breathed in. Sun breathing, 13th form. He exhaled, and then he moved. The 13th form was not a single technique. It was all of them. Every form of sun breathing, performed in sequence, flowing from one to the next in an unbroken chain of fire and motion. It was the ultimate expression of the style, the technique Yoriichi Tsugikuni had created to kill the Demon King Muzan, designed to be so fast, so continuous, and so overwhelming that even a being with infinite regeneration could not recover between strikes. Naruto became the sun. First form, dance. A horizontal arc that bisected the first wave of sand, turning it to glass that shattered in midair. Second form, clear blue sky. A vertical slash that split a sand column from base to tip. Third form, raging sun. Twin strikes that cut through two sand tentacles simultaneously, leaving trails of molten glass in the air. Fourth form, burning bones, summer sun. A spiraling slash that created a vortex of heat, sucking the sand inward and fusing into a glass tornado that exploded. Fifth form, setting sun transformation. A downward cut that cratered the arena floor and sent a shockwave of heat across the stone. Sixth form, solar heat haze. Naruto's body shimmered and split into afterimages, each one trailing fire, each one striking sand that was not fast enough to track the real one. Seventh form, beneficent radiance, a wide sweeping arc that radiated light in every direction, burning away the sand in a perfect circle around him. Eighth form, sunflower thrust, a piercing lunge that punched through Gaara's thickest sand wall like it was paper. Ninth form, dragon sun halo head dance, a spiraling attack that left a trail of fire in the shape of a dragon, roaring through the arena and consuming sand in its wake. 10th form, fire wheel. Naruto spun his entire body, blade extended, creating a wheel of flame that expanded outward and turned the remaining sand into a rain of glass shards that sparkled like diamonds. 11th form, fake rainbow. Naruto twisted at an impossible angle, his body distorting through the heat haze, appearing to be in one place while actually being in another, and his strike came from a direction that defied physics. 12th form, flame dance. A combination of two slashes that left intersecting lines of fire hanging in the air, an X of burning light that persisted for seconds after the blade had passed. 12 forms, 12 strikes, each one flowing into the next without pause, without hesitation, without a single wasted motion. It lasted less than 4 seconds. The arena was a ruin. The stone floor was cracked and glowing. Pools of molten glass dotted the ground like mirrors. The air was so hot that the spectators on the lowest level could feel it on their skin. Every grain of Gaara's sand, every single grain, was glass. And Naruto was behind Gaara. The boy never saw him move. No one did. One moment, the arena was filled with fire and glass and sound. The next moment, silence. Complete silence. And Naruto was standing behind Gaara, his katana sheathed, his left hand resting gently on Gaara's shoulder. Gaara was frozen. His sand was gone. His armor was gone. For the first time in his life, he was standing without any protection at all. And there was a hand on his shoulder that was not trying to kill him. The hand was warm. Genuinely warm. Not the searing heat of the blade or the burning fire of the forms. A different warmth. A human warmth. The warmth of someone who was choosing, deliberately and specifically, to be gentle. Gaara felt it. He felt it flow through his shoulder, down his arm, into his chest. It reached the place where Shikaku's chakra was coiled like a snake around his heart, and the malice burned away. Not violently, not with force. It just dissolved, like ice in sunlight. The voice in his head, the constant, screaming, demanding voice of the One-Tail, went quiet for the first time since Gaara could remember. The silence was deafening, beautiful, terrifying in its peace. Gaara's knees buckled. He fell forward, and Naruto caught him. The blonde boy knelt on the glass-covered arena floor, holding Gaara upright, one hand on his shoulder, the other steady at his side. "You are not a monster, Gaara," Naruto said. His voice was quiet enough that only Gaara could hear it. "You are a person who was never given a chance to be a person. That is not your fault. You deserved better." Gaara looked at him. His teal eyes were wet. Tears, actual tears, were running down his face, cutting trails through the dust and sand residue on his cheeks. He had not cried since he was 6 years old. He had believed, truly believed, that he was incapable of it. "Why?" Gaara whispered. "Why are you being kind to me? I tried to kill you." Naruto smiled, warm, sad, ancient in a way that had nothing to do with age. Because someone should have been kind to you a long time ago, Naruto said, and I am sorry that no one was. Gaara broke. He sobbed. Not quietly, not with dignity. He sobbed like a child because he was a child. With the kind of raw, ugly, full-body crying that only happens when something that has been locked inside you for years finally finds a way out. He pressed his face against Naruto's shoulder and he wailed, and the sound echoed through the silent arena like a bell. In the gallery, Temari was crying. She had her hand over her mouth and tears were pouring down her face because she had never in her entire life seen her brother cry. She had spent years fearing him, years avoiding him, years pretending he was not her family because his family was too dangerous to acknowledge. And here he was, a child, weeping in the arms of another child, and the weight of every failure hit her at once. Kankuro had turned away. His shoulders were shaking. His face paint was smudging under his eyes. In the Hokage's box, Hiruzen Sarutobi removed his pipe from his mouth and set it down. His old eyes were glistening. "Jiraiya," he said. "Yeah," Jiraiya said. His voice was rough. He was not looking away from the arena. "Yeah, I see it." "What do you see?" "Something that shouldn't exist," Jiraiya said. "A kid who can turn sand to glass and a man's arm to ash, and his first instinct is to be kind." He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "Minato, you son of a bitch, what did you and Kushina make?" Guy was weeping openly. Lee was weeping beside him. Even Neji, the ice-cold Hyuga genius who had never shed a tear in public, was looking away from the arena with his jaw clenched and his eyes suspiciously bright. Kakashi's book was in his pocket. His hands were on the railing. His one visible eye was wide. He had not blinked in over 30 seconds. "Sensei," Kakashi murmured, speaking to a man who had been dead for 7 years. "Your son just saved a Jinchuriki from a tailed beast's influence in a Chunin exam at age 7. He paused. "He is better than all of us." In the arena, Gaara's sobs eventually quieted. The boy pulled back. His face was a mess, red, swollen, streaked with tears and sand dust. But his eyes were different. The emptiness was gone. The madness was gone. In their place was something fragile and new and raw. Something that might, with time and care, become hope. "What do I do now?" Gaara whispered. "You live," Naruto said. "That is enough. That has always been enough." Hayate the proctor had been standing off to the side for the past 3 minutes, looking deeply uncomfortable. He coughed, his permanent cough, and raised his hand. "The winner by incapacitation, Naruto Uzumaki." Nobody cheered. Nobody spoke. The arena stayed silent for another long, heavy moment. And then, starting from somewhere in the upper gallery and spreading down like a slow wave, the audience began to clap. It was not the roaring, screaming applause of a tournament crowd. It was something else, something quieter, something that acknowledged, we just watched something that we will remember for the rest of our lives. Naruto helped Gaara to his feet. The Sand siblings rushed down from the gallery. Temari reached them first. She grabbed Gaara and pulled him into a hug so fierce that she nearly knocked him over, and she was crying and apologizing and saying words that were years overdue. Naruto stepped back. He let the siblings have their moment. He turned and walked back up the steps to where his team was waiting. Lee grabbed him immediately and hugged him. Guy grabbed them both. Even Neji, after a long moment of internal warfare, visible only in the slight twitching of his left eye, stepped forward and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. That was, Neji paused. He was searching for the right word, the perfect word, the Hyuga-approved, genius-certified, destiny-respecting word. "Acceptable," Neji finished. Naruto looked at him. Then he laughed. A real quiet laugh that crinkled his eyes and shook his shoulders. It was the first time his team had ever heard him laugh. "Thank you, Neji," Naruto said. "That means a lot coming from you. Do not get used to it. I will treasure it always." Neji's eye twitched so hard it was practically a spasm. Lee and Guy laughed, and for one brief, perfect moment, Team 9 was just a team. Just 4 people who cared about each other, standing in a tower in the middle of a forest, alive and together. The preliminary rounds concluded. The brackets for the final tournament were set. The date was 1 month away, giving the finalists time to train and prepare. And in that month, the shinobi world did what the shinobi world always does when something extraordinary happens. It talked. The story of the Chunin exam spread like wildfire, not just within Konoha, across every hidden village, every noble court, every intelligence network on the continent. A boy with a burning sword who had crippled Orochimaru. A boy who had turned the One-Tails Jinchuriki from a weapon into a weeping child. A boy whose techniques did not match any known jutsu classification. The intelligence divisions went crazy trying to categorize what they were hearing. It was not ninjutsu. The blade required no hand signs and no discernible chakra molding. It was not genjutsu. The effects were real, physical, and devastatingly permanent. It was not taijutsu. No human body moved that way. It was something else, something that did not fit into the shinobi world's framework. And that made people very, very nervous. In the hidden sand, the Kazekage, who was, at this point, already dead and replaced by Orochimaru in disguise, received the reports about Naruto with growing concern. The invasion plan was still in motion. Sound and Sand would attack Konoha during the tournament finals. But the Orochimaru wearing the Kazekage's face was missing an arm that he had not fully regenerated, and every time he thought about the boy with the red blade, his remaining hand trembled. In the hidden mist, the Mizukage's intelligence network flagged Naruto's name with a priority marker. In the hidden cloud, the Raikage slammed his desk hard enough to crack it when he read the report. In the hidden stone, the Tsuchikage stroked his beard and said, "The fourth Hokage's son? Interesting. Keep watching." And in Konoha itself, the village that had spent 7 years ignoring, hating, and fearing Naruto Uzumaki began, slowly, grudgingly, with the reluctance of people who know they were wrong but are not quite ready to admit it, to pay attention. The month of training passed. Naruto trained with Guy. They sparred every morning, and Guy, for the first time in years, found himself pushing further than he had pushed against anyone who was not Kakashi. He opened the first gate against Naruto, then the second, then the third, and each time Naruto matched him, not with gates, not with chakra, with breathing and blade and the kind of physical mastery that treated the laws of physics as gentle suggestions. It was during one of these spars that Guy, panting, bruised, and grinning, said something that would define their relationship forever. "Naruto," Guy said, sitting on the ground with sweat pouring off him, "I have trained my whole life. I have pushed my body past every limit. I have opened gates that could kill me, and I cannot beat you." Naruto sat across from him, barely breathing hard. "I do not think that is true, Guy-sensei. Your spirit is. Let me finish," Guy said, and his voice was serious. Warm, but serious. "I cannot beat you, and that is the most freeing thing anyone has ever shown me, because it means there is still so much more to reach for. You have given me a new summit, and I will climb toward it for the rest of my life. That is what a true rival does." Naruto was quiet for a long moment. Then, "You are the first person who has ever called me a rival, Guy-sensei." "Not a rival," Guy said. He placed his hand on Naruto's head and ruffled his hair. That same gesture, repeated, consistent, the closest thing to a father's touch that Naruto had ever known. "A star. You are a star, and I am honored to run beneath your light." The sunset appeared again. It was noon. Lee wept. He had been hiding behind a training post. He was always hiding behind a training post. Neji, standing on a nearby rooftop, pretended he had not heard anything. He had heard everything. The finals arrived. The arena was packed, every seat filled, every noble family represented. The fire daimyo himself sat in the VIP box, surrounded by guards and wearing robes that cost more than most shinobi earned in a year. The village leaders were present. The jonin lined the walls. The crowd buzzed with an energy that was equal parts excitement and tension, because everyone in that stadium knew two things. There was going to be spectacular combat, and there was a boy in the bracket who had already done impossible things. Naruto's match was scheduled for the semifinal round, but the finals would never get that far, because the invasion started during the first match. It began with a genjutsu. White feathers drifted down from the sky above the arena, the Temple of Nirvana technique designed to put every civilian and low-level shinobi to sleep instantly. In the stands, people slumped over. In the arena, the fighting genin staggered and fell. The genjutsu hit like a blanket, smothering consciousness across the entire stadium, and then the explosion started. The outer walls of the arena detonated. Sound ninja poured through the gaps, dozens of them, armed and fast and riding the element of surprise. Sand ninja dropped from the rooftops, puppets deployed, wind jutsu already forming. The invasion of Konoha, the joint operation between the hidden sound and the hidden sand, had begun. Orochimaru, still wearing the Kazekage's face, threw off his disguise on the Kage viewing platform. He confronted the third Hokage directly, raising a barrier jutsu that locked them both inside a cage of purple fire. Their battle, the student versus the teacher, the traitor versus the old man, began in earnest. The arena descended into chaos, except for one corner. Naruto had dispelled the genjutsu the moment it touched him. It had not even been a conscious effort. His breathing, the deep, rhythmic, always active sun breathing, circulated his chakra so efficiently that foreign chakra was rejected like water off hot steel. The feathers hit him and evaporated. He stood in the arena, fully alert, watching the invasion unfold around him. Lee and Neji were beside him. Lee had been shaken awake by Naruto's hand on his shoulder. Neji had broken the genjutsu on his own. The Byakugan gave him the clarity to disrupt foreign chakra patterns. They stood in a triangle formation in the center of the arena, the only 3 genin in the entire stadium who were on their feet. "Well," Neji said, Byakugan blazing as he scanned the incoming forces. "This is unexpected." "It is an invasion," Lee shouted. "Our village is under attack." "I noticed, Lee. We must protect." "Lee," Naruto said. The word cut through the noise like a blade through silk. Lee went silent. Neji went silent. Both of them looked at Naruto, and what they saw made their skin tighten. Naruto's eyes had changed. The warmth was still there, but it was buried now, pushed down beneath something harder and colder. His jaw was set. His breathing deepened, and the mark on his forehead, the turquoise flame, ignited with a light so bright that it cast shadows in the noon sun. He drew his katana. The blade turned crimson, and the temperature in the arena rose by 10 degrees. "Protect the civilians," Naruto said. "Get them to the shelters. I will handle the rest." "The rest?" Neji said. "Naruto, there are hundreds of enemy ninja. I will handle the rest." The way he said it, the absolute, unchallengeable certainty. Neji closed his mouth. He looked at Naruto for 1 second, then he nodded. "Lee, move." "Yes!" They split. Lee went left, fast as lightning, engaging the first wave of sound ninja who had entered the arena. His kick sent them flying like ragdolls. Neji went right, gentle fists dismantling every puppet and every jutsu that came near the civilian section. And Naruto walked forward. He walked toward the breach in the arena wall, the largest gap where the bulk of the invading force was streaming through. Dozens of sound and sand ninja, Chunin and Jonin level, armed with blades and jutsu and killing intent, pouring into Konoha's heart. They saw him, a blonde kid, small, walking toward them alone with a glowing sword. The front line laughed. The second line hesitated. The third line, the ones who had been briefed, the ones who had heard the reports from the Forest of Death, turned white. Someone whispered, "That's the kid who..." Naruto breathed in. His aura dropped. There is a moment, in the presence of something truly apex, when the body overrides the mind, when every muscle locks, when every nerve fires at once, not to fight or flee, but to freeze. Because the ancient part of the brain that existed before language, before civilization, before humanity itself, recognizes that it is standing in front of a predator it cannot escape. It is the most honest reaction a living creature can have. And it is the reaction that Naruto's aura pulled from every single enemy ninja in that breach. 53 enemy combatants entered the arena through that wall. 41 of them stopped moving the moment Naruto's aura hit them. Their legs locked, their arms dropped, their weapons fell from fingers that had forgotten how to grip. Some of them fell to their knees. Some of them wept. One Jonin, a veteran of 15 years who had killed men and women across 3 countries, sat down on the rubble, put his face in his hands and whispered, "I quit." The remaining 12, the strongest, the most hardened, the ones with enough willpower to push through primal terror, charged. They were brave. That was worth acknowledging. Brave and stupid are cousins, and these 12 had both in abundance. Naruto moved, sun-breathing, third form, raging sun. 2 simultaneous slashes. Crimson arcs that crossed each other at the center of the enemy formation. 4 of the 12 went down instantly. Blades cut, armor split, bodies thrown backward by the concussive heat. Not dead, cauterized. Naruto did not kill when he did not have to. Fifth form, setting sun transformation. A downward slash that hit the ground and sent a shockwave of fire rippling across the stone. The shockwave caught 6 more, launching them into the arena walls with enough force to leave imprints. The last 2 turned to run. One got 3 steps before Naruto was in front of him. Sixth form, solar heat haze. Naruto's form shimmered. The ninja swung wildly at what he thought was Naruto's position. His blade passed through a heat mirage. The real Naruto was already behind him. One strike to the back of the neck, flat of the blade, precise, controlled, and the man crumpled. The final ninja threw his hands up. I surrender! I surrender! Please don't! Naruto sheathed his sword. Sit down, he said calmly. Do not move until the battle is over. The man sat. He sat so fast it was practically a fall. 12 elite combatants. 8 seconds. In the stands, Kakashi had one hand on the railing and one hand pulling his headband up from his left eye, revealing the Sharingan. Not to fight, to record. Because what he had just witnessed was something that needed to be remembered in perfect detail. That boy, Kakashi said to no one, just ended a battle before it started. Asuma was beside him, cigarette dangling from his lips, unlit and forgotten. How many forms does that style have? I counted 6 just now. He used 13 against Gaara. Asuma's cigarette fell out of his mouth. 13? He did them all in 4 seconds. Asuma sat down. He needed a moment. On the rooftops above the arena, the invasion was playing out across the entire village. Sound and Sand Ninja were flooding through breaches in the outer wall. Konoha's defenders were fighting on every front. The third Hokage was locked in his barrier with Orochimaru. Summoning jutsu had been deployed. Giant snakes were smashing through buildings in the Eastern District. Naruto felt all of it. The transparent world showed him the battlefield in perfect clarity. Every chakra signature, every heartbeat, every clash. He could feel the fear of the civilians, the determination of the Konoha ninja, the malice of the invaders. And in the Kage box behind the purple barrier, he could feel the third Hokage's chakra, old, tired, but burning with the desperate fire of a man protecting his home. And he could feel Orochimaru, regenerated arm and all. The snake was fighting with everything he had, trying to break the old man before the village could rally. Naruto moved to the rooftop. He crossed the distance from the arena floor to the Kage box in a single leap that covered 60 meters and left a crater in the stone where he pushed off. He landed on the tiled roof overlooking the barrier where the Hokage and Orochimaru were locked in combat. Inside the barrier, Hiruzen had summoned Enma, the Monkey King, transformed into the adamantine staff. He was fighting hard, but he was old. His body was slower than his mind. Orochimaru was pushing him, pressing every opening, summoning snakes and launching Rashomon gates and wielding the Kusanagi blade with deadly intent. Naruto looked at the barrier. 4 sound ninja held it, one at each corner, each one channeling the jutsu that maintained the purple fire wall. Break the barrier, a nearby Anbu said. We've tried. The fire. Naruto drew his blade. The crimson edge blazed so bright that the Anbu had to shield their eyes. Sun-breathing 7th form, beneficent radiance, one wide sweeping arc. A wave of radiant energy expanded outward from the blade in every direction. It hit the barrier, and the purple fire bent, warped. The 4 sound ninja maintaining it screamed. Their chakra was being burned away. The barrier flickered, cracked, and shattered. The purple firewall collapsed. The 4 sound ninja hit the rooftop, unconscious, their chakra networks overloaded. The Anbu stood frozen, staring at the space where an impenetrable barrier had been moments ago. Inside the now open space, Hiruzen and Orochimaru both turned toward the source of the light. Orochimaru saw Naruto. His face went through 5 emotions in 2 seconds. Recognition, anger, denial, calculation, and, at the very end, fear. His left arm, the one Naruto had taken in the forest, regenerated through forbidden techniques, ached with phantom pain that should not have been possible in a regenerated limb. You, Orochimaru hissed. Hiruzen said, this is my. Hokage-sama, Naruto said. Please rest. I will finish this. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, the god of shinobi, the professor who had mastered every jutsu in the village, looked at this 7-year-old boy and found himself unable to argue. Because the certainty in Naruto's voice was not arrogance, it was fact, spoken with the same authority as gravity. Things fall down. Water flows to the sea. Naruto Uzumaki will finish this. Hiruzen stepped back. Enma, still in staff form, looked at Naruto with wide monkey eyes and said, "Hiruzen, that child, what is he?" "The future," Hiruzen said. And despite the blood on his robes and the pain in his chest and the exhaustion that pulled at every fiber of his old body, the third Hokage smiled. Naruto faced Orochimaru on the rooftop of the arena, the village burning below them. The sky filled with smoke and the sounds of battle. Orochimaru's face twisted into something between a smile and a snarl. "You think you can defeat me, boy? I am Orochimaru. I am one of the legendary Sannin. I have lived longer than you can." Naruto moved. Sun-breathing, ninth form, Dragon Sun Halo head dance. He burst forward in a spiraling attack, his body rotating, his blade tracing a path through the air that left a burning trail in the shape of a dragon. The dragon roared, actually roared, a sound made of heat and displaced air that shook the rooftop tiles loose. The attack bore down on Orochimaru with the force of a natural disaster. Orochimaru raised Kusanagi. The legendary blade met the crimson sword. For one instant, the two edges locked, and then Kusanagi cracked. The grass-cutting sword, one of the most famous weapons in the shinobi world, developed a hairline fracture from hilt to tip. The crimson blade's heat was burning through it. Orochimaru's eyes went wide. He leaped back, abandoning the blade lock, using a body replacement to put distance between himself and Naruto. He landed on the far side of the rooftop and immediately began performing hand signs. Summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. 3 massive gates erupted from the rooftop, layered defensive barriers, each one made of iron and reinforced with chakra. They were the Rashomon gates, legendary for their defensive capability. 3 of them stacked together could survive a tailed beast bomb. Naruto stopped. He stood before the 3 gates. He held his katana in both hands. He breathed in, deep, full, pulling the warmth of the sun itself into his lungs. Sun breathing, 8th form, sunflower thrust, 1 thrust. A single piercing strike aimed straight forward, that channeling every ounce of heat, speed, and force into a single point the size of a needle tip. The first gate exploded inward. The second gate crumpled like paper. The third gate, the deepest, the strongest, the last line of defense, was pierced clean through. A hole the size of a fist appeared in its center, and from that hole, light poured like a spotlight. Behind the gates, Orochimaru dodged. Barely. The thrust grazed his side, and the wound cauterized instantly. His robes caught fire. He patted them out with wild hands, his composure finally completely, irreversibly shattered. He looked at Naruto through the smoking ruins of 3 Rashomon gates. The boy had not broken a sweat. His breathing was steady. His blade was still crimson. His mark still blazed. "What are you?" Orochimaru screamed. It was not a question. It was a plea. A demand from a man who had spent his entire life trying to understand everything, confronted with something he could not comprehend. Naruto lowered his blade. "I was born with a body that should not exist in this world," he said. "I have spent every day since trying to use it to protect the people I love." He raised the blade again. "Leave, now. This is the last time I will ask." Orochimaru ran. Again, for the second time in his life, the snake Sannin turned tail and fled from a child. He melted into the rooftop. He abandoned his sound forces. He abandoned his Rashomon gates. He abandoned his Kusanagi blade, still cracked and smoking on the tiles. He ran, and this time, his retreat was not strategic. It was panic. Pure, undiluted, survival-level panic. And the invasion of Konoha, an operation that had been planned for months, that had involved hundreds of enemy combatants, that had been designed to destroy the village from the inside out, collapsed. Because the invading army had a morale structure, and at the top of that structure was Orochimaru. When the Sound Ninja saw their leader fleeing, saw the snake Sannin, their god, their invincible commander, running from a glowing child on a rooftop, the will to fight evaporated. Sound Ninja dropped their weapons. Sand Ninja pulled back. The coordination fell apart. The invasion became a rout, then a retreat, then a surrender. It was over in 40 minutes. Konoha won. The village took damage. Lives were lost. But the worst-case scenario, the fall of the village, the death of the Hokage, the destruction of everything, was averted. And every single person in Konoha, from the Hokage to the lowest civilian, knew exactly who to thank. The boy on the rooftop, the kid with the sunblade, the one who made Orochimaru run, twice. In the aftermath, The third Hokage survived. He was injured, badly. Orochimaru had landed hits before Naruto broke the barrier, and the old man's body was not what it used to be. But he survived. He would retire within the year, eventually handing the hat to Tsunade when Jiraiya brought her back. But he survived. And he survived because Naruto Uzumaki walked onto that rooftop and ended the fight before it could take the old man's life. Hiruzen called Naruto to his office 3 days after the invasion. He sat behind his desk, bandaged and pale, pipe in hand, looking at the boy who had saved his village. "Naruto," the old man said, "I owe you my life. This village owes you its existence." "You owe me nothing, Hokage-sama," Naruto said. "This is my home. Protecting it is not a debt. It is a privilege." Hiruzen stared at him. Then he chuckled, a low, warm, tired chuckle. "You sound like your father." Naruto's eyes widened just slightly, just enough. "My father?" And Hiruzen told him. He told Naruto everything. About Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash. About Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot habanero, the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. About the night of his birth, the attack, the sealing, the sacrifice. About why the village hated him. About the truth that had been kept from him his entire life. He expected anger. He expected shock. He expected the innocent mask to crack, just this once, just for this. Naruto was quiet for a long time. He stood in front of the Hokage's desk, and his blue eyes were distant. Not angry, not broken, just processing, fitting this final piece into a puzzle that he had carried for 7 years. "They loved me," Naruto said finally. It was not a question. "More than anything in this world," Hiruzen said, "they gave their lives so that you could live." Naruto closed his eyes. A single tear ran down his cheek. Just one. It caught the light from the window and shone like a diamond. "Thank you for telling me," he said. "I will honor them." He bowed to the Hokage. He turned and left. And as he walked down the hallway of the Hokage Tower, his mark glowing softly in the lamplight, the Anbu guards standing along the walls did something they had never done before. They bowed. One by one, masks dipping, bodies inclining, showing respect to the boy who had saved their home. Naruto walked past them. He did not acknowledge it with words, but his steps were a little lighter, and the warmth that he carried, that ever-present sun-born warmth, seemed, for just a moment, a little brighter. The weeks after the invasion were a time of rebuilding, diplomacy, and shifting power dynamics. The Sand Village, realizing that Orochimaru had killed and impersonated their Kazekage, withdrew from the conflict and sought peace. Gaara, changed, softened, carrying the memory of Naruto's hand on his shoulder, was instrumental in the peace talks. He spoke to the Sand Council with a clarity and compassion that they had never heard from him. And when he told them, "Konoha has someone who could have destroyed us and chose mercy instead," the Sand Elders listened. An alliance was formed. The first true alliance between the leaf and the sand in over a decade. And it was built, indirectly, on the foundation of a boy who had chosen kindness over killing in a tournament arena. Back in Konoha, life continued. Team 9 took missions. Naruto trained. Lee trained harder, inspired by Naruto to push his limits further than he ever had. Neji, who had entered the Chunin exams believing in fate and the immutable destiny of birth, was quietly, reluctantly, fundamentally changed. The conversation happened on a training field, 3 weeks after the invasion. Neji and Naruto were the only ones there. Lee was doing laps. Guy was doing laps with Lee. The two of them were 3 miles away screaming about youth. Neji activated his Byakugan and faced Naruto. "Spar with me." Naruto tilted his head. "Are you sure? I need to understand something." They sparred. Neji was fast, wickedly fast, his gentle fist targeting chakra points. He struck at Naruto's arms, his torso, his legs, each hit aimed at shutting down the chakra network. Every strike missed. Not because Naruto was faster, though he was, but because he entered the selfless state, and Neji's Byakugan lost him. The Hyuga genius threw 64 strikes in a perfect 8-trigram 64 palms combination, each one hitting empty air, each one sliding past a body that his eyes told him was there, but his fist said was not. Neji stopped. He was breathing hard. His hands were trembling. "How?" he demanded. "The Byakugan sees everything, every angle, every chakra point. There are no blind spots. How do you disappear from my vision?" "I do not disappear," Naruto said. "I let go of intent, of presence, of self. Your Byakugan is extraordinary, Neji. It sees everything that exists within the normal spectrum, but when I release myself, I stop existing within that spectrum. Neji stared at him. His jaw worked. That is not possible. And yet here I stand. Fate says nothing, Naruto interrupted gently. Fate is silent. It has always been silent. The voice you hear telling you about destiny, that is your pain, Neji. That is the grief of losing your father, searching for meaning in a world that hurt you for no reason. Neji froze, his Byakugan deactivated. His face went blank. And then, slowly, painfully, it cracked. The mask of cold superiority that Neji Hyuga had worn every day since his father's death developed a fissure that started at his eyes and ended at his mouth. You do not know. I do know, Naruto said. And his voice was so kind, so genuinely, achingly kind, that Neji's protest died in his throat. I know what it feels like to be marked by something you did not choose. I know what it feels like to carry a burden that someone else placed on you. And I know that the cage you feel trapped in, it has a door, and that door has always been unlocked. Neji sat down on the grass. He put his head in his hands. He stayed like that for a long time. When he looked up, his eyes were red. You are the most infuriating person I have ever met, he said. I have been told. I am going to surpass you one day. I look forward to it. Neji stood. He extended his hand. Naruto took it. From that day forward, Neji Hyuga stopped talking about fate. He started talking about choice, and the branch family seal on his forehead, which had always felt like a chain, began slowly to feel more like a reminder that some bonds are chosen, and those are the ones that matter. Months passed. Tsunade returned to the village with Jiraiya and took the hat as 5th Hokage. She met Naruto in her office on her first day. She had read every report. She had heard every story. She thought she was prepared. She was not. Naruto walked in, bowed politely, and said, "Congratulations on your appointment, Hokage-sama. The village is fortunate to have you." Tsunade looked at the boy. Blonde hair, blue eyes, that mark on his forehead, the katana on his back. He looked like Minato. He sounded like someone she could not place. And his presence, his simple, quiet, standing in the room presence, made her feel something she had not felt in decades. Safe. Kid, Tsunade said, leaning back in her chair. Jiraiya told me about you. He said, and I quote, "Tsunade, that boy is either the greatest shinobi who has ever lived or the greatest mistake we have ever made, and I genuinely cannot tell which. Jiraiya-sama is very kind." That was not a compliment. I took it as one. Tsunade stared at him for 3 full seconds. Then she laughed. A real, full, head-thrown-back laugh that shook the Hokage's office. "I like you, kid. You've got guts." "Thank you, Hokage-sama." "Tsunade is fine." "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." Tsunade smiled, and for the first time since she had accepted this job, she thought, maybe this village is worth staying in after all. The peace after the invasion lasted 4 months, which by shinobi standards was practically a golden age. But peace in this world is always borrowed time. The trouble started with Sasuke. Since the Chunin exams, Sasuke Uchiha had been spiraling. The encounter with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death had planted a seed, not the curse mark, because Naruto had intervened before that could happen, but something worse. An idea. The idea that there was power out there beyond what Konoha could offer. Power that could help him kill Itachi. Power that came with no rules, no restraints, no village loyalty standing in the way. Orochimaru had been beaten, twice, by a boy Sasuke's age. And Sasuke, who had built his entire identity around being the strongest, the avenger, the last Uchiha who would surpass his brother, Sasuke could not process that. He could not accept that someone his age was so far beyond him that the gap was not a distance, but a category. The Sound Four came for him on a night. Orochimaru's elite bodyguards, Sakon, Kidomaru, Tayuya, and Jirobo, appeared at the village wall with a simple offer: power, training, the ability to become what Sasuke needed to become. Sasuke went. He packed his bag. He walked to the village gate. He looked back once, just once, at the sleeping village, at the Hokage monument, at the faces carved in stone, including the fourths, and then he turned away and walked into the dark. The alarm was raised at dawn. Tsunade's office erupted. Jonin were deployed, and a retrieval team was assembled. The team, Shikamaru Nara as squad leader, Choji Akimichi, Kiba Inuzuka, Neji Hyuga, and Naruto Uzumaki. Shikamaru gathered them at the gate. He laid out the plan, pursuit formation, engagement priorities, contingencies. He was brilliant, as always, turning chaos into structure with a few sentences and a shadow. "The sound for our Jonin level," Shikamaru said. "This is going to be a drag, a massive, troublesome, potentially fatal drag." "We will handle it," Naruto said. Shikamaru looked at him. "Yeah, I know we will, because you're here." He scratched the back of his head, which, honestly, makes the whole plan redundant. "But I like planning. Humor me." Naruto almost smiled. "Of course, Shikamaru." They moved. The retrieval mission played out across the forest between the Hidden Leaf and the Land of Sound. The Sound Four had placed Sasuke in a coffin-shaped barrel, sealing him inside while the curse mark's power worked through his body, transforming him. They moved fast, leaving traps and barriers behind them. Shikamaru's plan was elegant. Peel off the Sound Four one at a time, reducing their numbers while the main pursuit continued. Choji took Jirobo, Neji took Kidomaru, Kiba took Sakon. Shikamaru and Naruto pushed ahead. Each fight was brutal, real, and earned. Choji pushed his body past its limits to bring down the earth element giant. Neji used every technique in his arsenal, including a rotation that he had created himself, breaking from the main family's monopoly to defeat the spider-like archer. Kiba fought with tooth and claw against the two-bodied sound ninja, surviving through grit and Akamaru's loyalty. Naruto felt every one of those battles through the transparent world. He felt his friends' pain, their fear, their determination, and he pressed forward because the best thing he could do for them was end this. Reach Sasuke, stop the retrieval, and make sure the sacrifice his teammates were making meant something. Tayuya blocked their path at a river crossing. She was a foul-mouthed genjutsu specialist who controlled 3 summoned creatures with her flute. She looked at Naruto and Shikamaru and sneered. "2 of you? That's all they sent?" "1.5, Shikamaru said. "I'm just here for moral support." Naruto drew his blade. "Go ahead, Shikamaru. I will catch up." Shikamaru nodded. He had spent enough time around Naruto to know the drill. When the blonde kid said he'd handle it, he handled it. Shikamaru melted into the shadows and continued the pursuit. Tayuya raised her flute and began to play. The melody was haunting, a genjutsu woven into sound waves, designed to trap the listener in an illusion while her summoned creatures attacked. The 3 ogre-like beings charged, axes raised. Naruto breathed. The genjutsu shattered. His sun-breathing purged foreign influence from his system before it could take root. The sound waves hit him and scattered, unable to find purchase in a mind that was simply too clear. Tayuya's eyes widened. What the? Sun-breathing 10th form fire wheel. Naruto spun. A wheel of flame expanded outward from his body, engulfing all 3 summoned creatures simultaneously. The heat was so intense that the summons were dispelled in mid-charge, not defeated, simply erased from the battlefield by energy their forms could not sustain. The flame wheel continued past them and hit the trees on both sides of the river. They caught fire. The river itself steamed. Tayuya stared at the burning forest. She stared at the evaporated summons. She stared at the blonde boy standing in the center of it all, crimson blade in hand, turquoise mark blazing. "Fuck this," she said and ran. Naruto let her go. She was retreating. The mission was Sasuke, not body counts. He sheathed his sword and followed Shikamaru's trail. The Valley of the End. 2 massive statues stood on either side of a waterfall. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the founders of Konoha and its first great enemies, frozen in stone, facing each other across the churning water. It was the place where the village's original wound had been made, the place where friendship and ambition had first collided. Sasuke stood on Madara's head. The coffin barrel was broken open behind him. The transformation was complete. His skin was gray. Black, wing-like protrusions extended from his shoulder blades. His Sharingan blazed, 3 Tomoe in each eye, spinning wildly. Black lightning crackled in his left hand. Curse mark level 2, full activation. Naruto landed on Hashirama's head. The symmetry was not lost on him. History repeating. 2 friends on opposite sides of a valley, the water between them carrying the echoes of every broken bond this world had ever produced. "Sasuke," Naruto said. "Don't," Sasuke snapped. His voice was rougher, deeper. The curse mark's influence distorted everything. His chakra, his appearance, his emotions. "Don't give me that calm, superior look. Don't stand there like you pity me. I do not pity you." "Bullshit!" Sasuke's Sharingan blazed brighter. You have always been above me, every second of every day. When you fought Orochimaru, I was on my knees. When you fought Gaara, I was in the stands watching. You have looked down on me since the day we met. I've never looked down on you, Sasuke, Naruto said. I only wish to save you from the darkness. I don't need saving, Sasuke charged, Black Chidori screaming in his hand. 1,000 birds, corrupted by the curse mark, crackling with dark energy. He crossed the valley in an instant, gray wings propelling him forward with terrible speed. His Sharingan tracked Naruto's position with perfect clarity. The Black Chidori aimed for Naruto's heart. Naruto sheathed his sword. He entered the selfless state, and then he stepped forward, into the Chidori, into Sasuke's charge, into the attack. Sasuke's Sharingan screamed at him. The predictive ability that let him see movements before they happened, the precognitive tracking that made the Sharingan one of the most feared dojutsu in the world. All of it went blank. Naruto ceased to exist in the Sharingan's perception. One frame he was there. The next he was inside Sasuke's guard, past the extended arm, past the crackling lightning, close enough to see the tears forming in Sasuke's spinning red eyes. Because Sasuke was crying. The curse mark twisted his body and amplified his hatred, but beneath the gray skin and the dark chakra and the screaming Chidori, there was a 13-year-old boy who had watched his family die, who had spent every day since chasing a vengeance that was eating him alive, who wanted so badly to be strong enough to make the pain stop that he was willing to turn himself into a monster. Naruto saw all of it. The transparent world showed him Sasuke's real face, the one buried beneath the curse mark, the one that was still, after everything, the face of a child who missed his brother. Naruto's open palm struck Sasuke's chest, not with force, with warmth. Sun breathing channeled through skin-to-skin contact, flooding Sasuke's chakra network with heat that was not destructive but purifying. It flowed through his coils like sunlight through water, touching every point where the curse mark had taken root. Sasuke gasped. The Black Chidori sputtered and died. The dark lightning dissipated. And the curse mark, Orochimaru's brand, the seal that promised power in exchange for the soul, began to burn away. Not aggressively, not violently. It receded like a tide. The black markings across Sasuke's skin faded, retreated, and finally, with one last pulse of dark chakra that flickered and failed, vanished. The gray skin returned to normal. The wings dissolved. The Sharingan deactivated. Sasuke Uchiha stood in front of Naruto Uzumaki, looking like himself again, tears streaming down his face, the curse mark gone, the rage gone, the power gone. Why? Sasuke whispered. His voice was raw, broken, human. Why do you keep trying to save me? Because you are worth saving, Naruto said. Because your brother loved you enough to make himself a villain so that you could live. And I think deep down, you know that the path you were walking would have destroyed the one thing Itachi gave everything to protect. Sasuke's eyes went wide. How do you? I can see it, Naruto said. In your heart. The truth is written there, even if you have not read it yet. Sasuke's legs gave out. He collapsed forward. Naruto caught him. The Uchiha's face pressed against Naruto's shoulder, the same shoulder where Gaara had cried months ago. And Sasuke Uchiha, the Avenger, the last Uchiha, the boy who had sworn never to show weakness, wept. He cried for his family. He cried for his brother. He cried for the years of loneliness and rage and poisoned purpose. He cried because someone had finally looked at him and seen not a tool, not a rival, not a vessel for revenge, but a person. A hurting person who needed help. Naruto held him. The waterfall roared behind them. The stone faces of Hashirama and Madara looked down from either side of the valley, and maybe, just maybe, they understood that this moment was the one their own fight should have ended with. Not with fists, not with jutsu, with someone strong enough to put down their weapon and simply hold on. Sasuke's sobs faded. His body went limp. He had fallen unconscious, the exhaustion of the curse mark, the fight, and the emotional release all catching up at once. Naruto shifted him gently, pulling Sasuke's arm across his shoulder, supporting his weight. And then the rain came. It fell softly at first, then harder. A steady cleansing downpour that washed the blood and dust from the valley floor, that ran down the faces of the stone statues, that soaked through Naruto's clothes and matted his long blonde hair to his face. He stood in the rain, carrying Sasuke, and looked up at the sky. The turquoise mark on his forehead glowed softly through the water. His eyes were tired, maybe for the first time anyone had ever seen. "Rest now," Naruto said quietly. "I will carry your burden." He turned. He began walking, back through the forest, back past the rivers and the treetops and the battlefields where his friends had fought and bled and won, back toward the Hidden Leaf Village, back home. Shikamaru met him halfway. The shadow user was battered and exhausted, but he was walking. He saw Naruto carrying Sasuke and sagged with relief so visible it was almost comical. "You got him," Shikamaru said. "I got him." "The curse mark? Gone." Shikamaru blinked. "Gone as in?" "Destroyed, permanently." Shikamaru opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, closed it again. Then he shook his head, shoved his hands in his pockets, and started walking beside Naruto. "This whole mission was supposed to be the most troublesome thing I've ever done," Shikamaru said. "And you just ended it. You caught a defecting ninja and destroyed a Sanin-level curse seal. In a valley, in the rain, while looking like the cover of a novel. I apologize for the convenience." Shikamaru actually laughed. Yeah, you should." He paused. "The others?" "Alive, injured, but alive. I felt their chakra on the way back." "You felt?" Shikamaru cut himself off. He was learning. Some questions about Naruto Uzumaki were better left unasked. "Never mind, let's go home." They walked. The rain kept falling. And behind them, the Valley of the End stood silent, its ancient stone witnesses to a confrontation that had ended differently than the first one. Better. Kinder. Naruto carried Sasuke all the way back to the village gates. He did not set him down once. He did not ask for help. He did not slow his pace. He carried his unconscious friend through miles of forest, through rain and mud and fading daylight. And when the gates of Konoha finally appeared through the trees, tall, red, emblazoned with the leaf symbol, he walked through them and kept going. Kakashi was at the hospital entrance. He saw Naruto. He saw Sasuke. He saw the absence of the curse mark on Sasuke's neck. And the copy ninja, the man who had been too late to save his own teammates, the man who carried guilt like a second skin. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said the only thing that mattered. "Thank you." Naruto nodded. He handed Sasuke to the medical team. He watched them carry the Uchiha through the hospital doors. And then he stood there in the rain outside the hospital and just breathed. Guy found him there. The green beast of Konoha, still in his jumpsuit, rain plastering his bowl cut to his forehead, walked up to his student and stood beside him. "Naruto, Guy-sensei, are you all right?" Naruto was quiet for a moment. The rain fell. The mark on his forehead glowed. "I am tired," Naruto said, and it was the most human, most vulnerable, most real thing he had ever said. Not tired in body. Tired, the kind of tired that comes from carrying a weight that no one else can see, from being strong enough to save everyone and old enough in spirit to know what it costs. Guy put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. He squeezed. He did not say anything because Might Guy, for all his volume and energy and relentless optimism, knew when words were not what someone needed. They stood in the rain together, and somewhere inside Naruto's mindscape, in the deepest part of his soul, a fox with 9 tails opened one massive red eye. It looked at the echo of Yoriichi's soul that burned like an eternal flame in the center of Naruto's being. And for the first time, the 9 tails spoke. "You carry him well," Kurama said. Its voice was softer than it had ever been. "That ancient soul, that impossible warmth, you carry it well." Naruto did not hear it, not yet. That conversation would come later. But the warmth in his chest pulsed, just a fraction brighter than just a degree warmer. And Naruto Uzumaki stood in the rain outside a hospital in a village that had spent years hating him, carrying the soul of the greatest warrior who had ever lived, surrounded by people who loved him. And he thought, this is enough. This moment, these people, this life. This is enough. These people, this life. This is enough. The rain kept falling. Naruto stood outside the hospital with Guy beside him, and neither of them moved, and neither of them needed to. The water ran down Naruto's face and soaked through his jacket and dripped from the crimson hilt of the katana on his back. And the turquoise mark on his forehead glowed through the downpour like a lighthouse in a storm. He was 8 years old. He had just carried an unconscious boy through miles of forest. He had just burned a curse off someone's soul with his bare hand. He was tired in a way that sleep could not fix, and he knew it. And he stood in the rain anyway. Guy did not try to cheer him up. That was the thing about Might Guy that people who only saw the surface never understood. The man was loud. The man was relentless. The man treated every morning like a personal challenge issued by the sun itself. But beneath all of that, beneath the spandex and the teeth and the explosions of emotion, Guy understood pain. He understood it because he lived next door to it. He had watched his father open all 8 gates and die. He had carried that weight every day since. And he knew, with the quiet wisdom of someone who has chosen joy despite having every reason not to, that sometimes the strongest thing you can do for a person in pain is stand next to them and say nothing. So they stood, and the rain fell. And eventually, after a long time, Naruto said, "Guy-sensei, yes? I would like to go home now." "Then let us go home." They walked together through the wet streets of Konoha, the sensei and the student, and the village was quiet around them. The invasion's damage was everywhere. Cracked walls, shattered windows, scorch marks on buildings, rubble piled in intersections. But the fires were out. The enemy was gone. The village was alive, wounded but breathing, and the rain washed the dust from its streets like the world itself was trying to clean the slate. They reached Naruto's apartment. It was small and sparse and had not changed since he was 4 years old. Guy stopped at the door. "Naruto," Guy said, "sleep, real sleep. You have earned it." "I will try." "And Naruto?" "Yes?" Guy put both hands on the boy's shoulders. He looked down at him with an expression that was not his usual grin, not his usual fire, but something rawer and truer. The expression of a man who had decided years ago that this child was his to protect, and who was now realizing, with a mixture of pride and ache, that the child might be the one protecting him. "You did good today," Guy said. "Not great. Not incredible. Good. Because what you did was not about power. It was about choosing to bring someone home instead of leaving them behind. And that is the truest form of strength I have ever seen." Naruto looked at him. Those blue eyes, ancient and warm and impossibly steady for someone so young. And then Naruto stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Guy's waist in a hug that was clumsy and small and entirely genuine. Guy froze. Then he hugged back. Hard. The kind of hug that cracks ribs if you are not careful. The sunset appeared. It was midnight. The rain was still falling. Physics had, as usual, surrendered to the moment. "Good night, Guy-sensei." "Good night, Naruto." Naruto went inside. He closed the door. He sat on the edge of his bed, still soaking wet, and he looked at his hands. The hands that had held a burning sword. The hands that had caught a falling boy. The hands that carried the memory of another life, another world, another fight that never truly ended. He closed his eyes. And in the mindscape, in the warm darkness behind his consciousness, Kurama was watching. The fox lay curled in its cage, one massive eye open, its 9 tails folded around its body like a blanket. The water in the corridor was warm now. It had been warm for years. The sewer-like architecture of the mindscape had not changed, but the atmosphere had. The oppressive weight was gone, replaced by a gentle ambient heat that made the space feel less like a prison and more like a den. Kurama watched the echo of Naruto's consciousness settle into sleep, watched the boy's breathing slow, watched the turquoise light of the mark dim to a faint, steady pulse. "Rest," Kurama murmured. Its voice was a rumble that shook the water on the floor into ripples. "You foolish, stubborn, impossible child. Rest." And Naruto slept, dreamless, deep. The kind of sleep that the body demands when the soul has spent everything it has. He slept for 14 hours straight, and when he woke, the rain had stopped, the sun was out, and the village was already rebuilding. The 2.5 years that followed were the quietest period of Naruto Uzumaki's life, and they were, in their own way, the most important. Jiraiya came to him 3 weeks after the Sasuke retrieval. The Toad Sage, tall, white-haired, carrying the weight of prophecy and regret in equal measure, found Naruto training alone at dawn in the forest clearing where he had first found his sword. The crimson blade painted arcs of fire through the morning mist. The grass beneath Naruto's feet was dry and warm. Jiraiya watched for 10 minutes before speaking. When he did, his voice was careful, measured. The voice of a man who was used to being the loudest person in any room, deliberately choosing to be quiet. "Kid, I was supposed to take you on a training trip. 3 years. Travel the continent. Teach you everything I know." Naruto completed a form, 10th form, Fire Wheel, a spinning slash that created a ring of flame that expanded outward and dissipated against the tree line, and then sheathed his blade. He turned to Jiraiya and bowed. I appreciate the offer, Jiraiya-sama, but I do not think I need to leave. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I figured you'd say that. He paused. Look, I'll be honest with you. The original plan was for me to teach you how to control the Nine-Tails chakra. Toad summoning, Rasengan, Sage Mode eventually, big stuff. And now? Jiraiya looked at the scorched clearing, the lines of molten glass from Naruto's training, the heat still rising from the ground. And now I'm standing in a clearing that looks like a small sun landed in it, talking to an 8-year-old who made Orochimaru run twice and burned a Seinen-level curse seal off a kid's body with his bare hand. He crossed his arms. I'm not sure what I can teach you, Naruto. That's the truth. Naruto was quiet. Then, you knew my father. Jiraiya's expression shifted. I did. He was my student. Then teach me about him. Not his jutsu. Him. Who he was. What he believed. How he laughed. Jiraiya stared at Naruto for a long moment. His eyes went glassy. He blinked hard, twice, and looked away. Yeah, Jiraiya said roughly. Yeah, I can do that. They compromised. No 3-year trip. Instead, Jiraiya stayed in the village. He visited Naruto 3 times a week. They trained, but the training was not what anyone expected. Jiraiya taught Naruto sealing theory because the Uzumaki blood carried an affinity for it, and because understanding the seal on his stomach was worth the effort. He taught him toad summoning, which worked on the first try, because of course it did. He taught him the Rasengan, which Naruto mastered in an afternoon and then modified, adding Sun Breathing's heat to the spinning sphere until it glowed crimson and melted through a training boulder like a hot coin through butter. But mostly, Jiraiya talked. He told Naruto about Minato, the pranks, the dedication, the way he would stay up all night working on a seal and then oversleep and arrive late to training with rice stuck to his face. He told him about Kushina, her temper, her laughter, the way she called everyone she loved an idiot and meant it as the highest compliment. He told him about the night Naruto was born, about the love in that room before the Nine-Tails attack turned it into a tragedy. Naruto listened to every word. He did not interrupt. He did not cry. He just sat and absorbed, and occasionally he would smile. A small private smile that made Jiraiya's chest hurt because it looked exactly like Minato's. You know, Jiraiya said one afternoon, sitting on a bench outside Ichiraku Ramen, your old man would have lost his mind watching you fight. He was the fastest shinobi alive, and I'm pretty sure you'd make him look like he was standing still. Speed is not everything, Naruto said, spoken like someone who has too much of it. Jiraiya grinned. Then the grin faded into something softer. He would be proud of you, kid. Not for the sword or the fire or whatever the hell that mark on your forehead is, for the way you treat people. That's what would have gotten him. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya is fine. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya smiled, and if his eyes were a little wet, the afternoon sun was bright enough that no one could tell. The village changed during those 2 years, slowly, reluctantly, but it changed. The hatred did not vanish overnight. You cannot unhate something in a day, especially when you have been hating it for nearly a decade. But the invasion had cracked the wall. Every person in Konoha had felt the ground shake when Pain's predecessors, when Orochimaru's army had stormed the gates. And every person in Konoha had heard the story of the boy who stopped it, the boy with the burning sword, the boy who made the snake Sanin run, the boy who stood on the rooftop and said leave. And it was hard, genuinely, truly hard, to keep hating someone who had saved your life. Not impossible, but hard. The shopkeepers stopped slamming their doors. Some of them started nodding when he walked past. One baker, a woman who had once thrown a stale roll at Naruto's head when he was 5, left a fresh loaf on his windowsill one morning with no note attached. Naruto found it, looked at it, and smiled. He ate it for breakfast. It was the best bread he had ever tasted. The children changed too. The academy students who had once avoided Naruto like a plague now whispered about him in tones of awe. He was the kid who graduated in 1 year, the kid who fought in the Chunin exams, the kid who carried Sasuke home. Some of them tried to imitate his stance during taijutsu class. All of them failed. One particularly enthusiastic student carved a wooden sword and painted it red, declaring himself the next Sunblade. Iruka confiscated it after the boy accidentally set a practice dummy on fire. How a wooden sword caught fire was a question no one could answer. Iruka himself visited Naruto once a month, always bringing ramen, always staying longer than he planned. He watched Naruto grow, taller, leaner, his blonde hair now falling past his shoulders, tied back in the same low ponytail. The whisker marks on his cheeks had not faded. The turquoise mark on his forehead had not dimmed. If anything, it had grown brighter, more defined, as if whatever was inside Naruto was settling more fully into its vessel with each passing year. "You're getting tall," Iruka said one evening, "so I have been told. You eat enough, you look thin." "I eat adequately, Iruka-sensei." "Adequately." Iruka shook his head. "That's not a word a teenager should use about food. Come on, Ichiraku, my treat." "You do not need to. I said my treat. Let's go." And they went. And Naruto ate 3 bowls of miso ramen with unhurried grace of a warrior taking a meal, and Iruka watched him and felt the same thing he felt every time he saw this boy. A pride so fierce it burned in his chest like a small sun of its own. Sasuke's recovery was not quick. It was not clean. The curse mark was gone, burned away completely by Naruto's sun breathing, but the damage it had left behind was not just physical. The curse mark had amplified everything dark in Sasuke. The rage, the grief, the obsession with power. With it gone, those things did not disappear. They just lost their chemical accelerant. Sasuke was left with raw, unfiltered pain, and for the first time in years, he had no external force to blame it on. He spent 2 weeks in the hospital. Tsunade oversaw his treatment personally. The chakra damage was significant but repairable. The psychological damage was harder to quantify. On the 3rd day, Naruto visited. He came in the morning before visiting hours because the Anbu at the hospital door took one look at the turquoise mark and stepped aside without a word. Sasuke was sitting up in bed. His face was gaunt. His Sharingan was deactivated. His dark eyes looked hollow in a way that had nothing to do with the hospital lighting. "Hey," Sasuke said. His voice was flat. "Hello," Naruto said. He sat in the chair beside the bed. He did not speak. He just sat. The silence lasted 5 minutes. Then Sasuke broke it. "I tried to leave," Sasuke said. "I tried to abandon everything. You, the village, everyone. For power, for revenge." His jaw tightened. "And you came after me. You stepped into my Chidori with your sword sheathed. What the hell is wrong with you?" "Nothing is wrong with me," Naruto said. "You could have died." "I could not have." "You don't know that." "I do." Sasuke stared at him. The familiar anger flickered in his eyes, but it was different now, directionless, confused. The anger of a person who has been given back a life they were ready to throw away and does not know what to do with it. "Why?" Sasuke asked. "Why did you come? Why do you care? We are not brothers. We are barely friends. You owe me nothing." Naruto looked at him, steady, warm, that ancient gaze that saw through walls and pretense and self-hatred. "You reminded me of someone," Naruto said. "Who?" "Someone I was, a long time ago, someone who carried so much grief that the world looked like it was made of nothing else." He paused. "I did not want you to reach the same ending." Sasuke's breath caught. He looked away. His hands gripped the hospital sheets until his knuckles went white. "I don't deserve." "Stop," Naruto said, gently but firmly. "You do not get to decide what you deserve. Not right now. Right now, you heal. You rest. You let the people who care about you do their job. Nobody cares about. I am sitting in this chair." Sasuke closed his mouth. He looked at Naruto. He looked at the chair. He looked at Naruto again. "Yeah," Sasuke said quietly. "I guess you are." They sat in silence for another 10 minutes. It was comfortable. 2 boys who had stood on opposite sides of a waterfall, finding their way to the same room. When Naruto left, Sasuke said one word. Just one. So quiet it was barely a breath. "Thanks." Naruto paused at the door. He did not turn around. "You are welcome, Sasuke." He left, and Sasuke sat in his hospital bed staring at the ceiling, and for the first time since the massacre of his clan, for the first time in years, the voice in his head that whispered "Kill Itachi, avenge them all" was quiet. Not gone, but quiet, like a fire that had been banked instead of stoked. It was a start. Sasuke was released from the hospital after 3 weeks. Tsunade placed him on probation, restricted duties, mandatory counseling, no solo missions. He accepted it without argument, which surprised everyone who knew him. The old Sasuke would have raged. The old Sasuke would have seen it as an insult. This Sasuke was too tired to rage, and in that exhaustion, something new found space to grow. He trained, not with the frantic, teeth-grinding desperation of a boy chasing power. He trained with purpose. He returned to the fundamentals: shuriken technique, wire manipulation, fire jutsu control. He rebuilt his combat style from the ground up, stripping away the curse mark's influence and replacing it with clean, earned technique. Kakashi trained with him every morning, and the copy ninja was quietly stunned by the change. Sasuke asked questions now. He listened to corrections. He bowed after each session. "What happened to you?" Kakashi asked one day, eye crinkling with something between amusement and wonder. "I got carried through a forest in the rain by someone who had every reason to leave me behind," Sasuke said. "It rearranges your priorities." Kakashi said nothing. He just nodded and handed Sasuke a water bottle. The rivalry between Naruto and Sasuke did not die. It evolved. Sasuke stopped trying to surpass Naruto because the gap was not a gap. It was a geological feature. It was the Grand Canyon. You do not try to jump the Grand Canyon. You admire its scale, and then you find your own mountain to climb. Sasuke's mountain was himself, his own potential, his own Sharingan, developing not through trauma, but through discipline. His own fire jutsu, refined to a degree that impressed even Kakashi. His own sword technique, inspired by watching Naruto move but adapted to Sasuke's own style. Quick, sharp, lightning infused. They sparred once a month. Sasuke never won. He never came close, but he came closer each time, and the margins, however they remained, were shrinking, and that was enough. That was the point, not to win, to grow. One day, Sasuke said after a spar, lying flat on his back in the training field staring at the sky, "One day I will land a hit." "I believe you," Naruto said, offering his hand. "You're lying." "I am not. You definitely are." Naruto pulled him up. "Perhaps." Sasuke snorted. It was almost a laugh. Naruto smiled. It was almost warm enough to start a fire. The sky was blue. The day was clean. And two boys who had once stood on statues and screamed at each other across a waterfall were standing in a field and almost laughing. And if that was not progress, then progress did not exist. Lee trained like he was being chased by death itself, which, knowingly, he might have believed literally. Naruto's existence was a bonfire that Lee hurled himself toward with both arms open. He could not use ninjutsu. He could not use genjutsu. He could use his fists and his feet and his will, and he used all three with a ferocity that made seasoned jonin step back. Guy opened the gates training for Lee during the time skip, one gate at a time. By the end of the 2 years, Lee could open 4 gates without immediate physical collapse, and his speed in the 4th gate was fast enough to track with the Sharingan, but not fast enough to hit Naruto in the selfless state. This drove Lee to a level of motivation that required a new word because determined was no longer sufficient. "Naruto!" Lee would shout at the beginning of every training session. "Today I will touch you." "I look forward to it, Lee." He never did. But he got closer. And every time he got closer, the fire in his eyes burned brighter, and Guy would weep, and the sunset would appear at inappropriate times of day, and Neji would stand off to the side, pinching the bridge of his nose and questioning the fundamental structure of his reality. Neji himself underwent a transformation that was quieter, but no less profound. The conversation with Naruto about fate and choice had cracked something open in the Hyuga prodigy, and over the next 2 years, Neji rebuilt himself from the inside out. He still trained the gentle fist. He still used the Byakugan. But the cold arrogance was gone, replaced by a focused intensity that was aimed not at proving fate right, but at proving it irrelevant. He created new techniques. He modified the rotation into a version that could be used offensively, not just defensively. He developed a gentle fist combination that targeted not just chakra points, but the spaces between them, the meridians, the flow itself. He trained with Hinata, his cousin from the main branch, and when the Elder Council objected, he told them, politely, firmly, with the specific brand of ice-cold courtesy that only a Hyuga could manage, to reconsider their position. "You are getting bold," Hiruzen observed when Neji's actions reached his desk. "I am getting free," Neji corrected. He still sparred with Naruto regularly. He still lost. But the losses were educational, and Neji treated each one like a thesis defense, analyzing every movement, every angle, every moment where the transparent world had seen through his technique and the selfless state had made his Byakugan useless. "I will find your weakness," Neji said after one session. "If you do," Naruto said, "please tell me. I would like to know." Neji's eye twitched. "That was almost a joke." "I am learning." "From whom?" "Lee. God help us all." Shikamaru, for his part, did what Shikamaru always did. He watched, he observed, and he came to a conclusion that he shared with Choji over barbecue one evening, 3 months into the time skip. "Naruto is not a shinobi," Shikamaru said, picking at a piece of meat. Choji paused mid-bite. "What?" "He is not a shinobi." "Not really. He uses chakra, sure. He has a headband. He takes missions. But the thing that makes him what he is, that sword, that breathing, that mark, none of it is shinobi. It is something else. Something from somewhere else." "Where?" "That's the troublesome part. I have no idea. And I don't think he does either. Not fully." Shikamaru stared at the ceiling. "But I'll tell you this, whatever it is, wherever it comes from, this world is better for having it, and I'm going to make damn sure I'm useful enough to stand beside it when the time comes." Choji looked at his friend. "That's the most motivated thing you've ever said." "Don't get used to it. It was exhausting." Gaara's transformation continued from afar. The Sand Village received regular diplomatic correspondence from Konoha, and Gaara, now a respected figure in the Sand's military structure on the path toward becoming Kazekage, sent letters, not to the Hokage, to Naruto. They were short, direct, written in the spare handwriting of someone who was still learning how to express emotion on paper. "Naruto, the village is rebuilding. The council is listening to me. Tamari says I should smile more. I am trying. Thank you for showing me that I could, Gaara. Naruto. I stopped a fight in the market today without killing anyone. The merchant cried. I think they were happy tears. I did not know there were kinds. Gaara. Naruto. I dreamed last night. Not a nightmare, just a dream. I was standing in a field and the sun was warm. I think it was your sun. Naruto kept every letter. He stored them in a wooden box beside his bed. He wrote back always. His replies were brief. I am glad. Keep going. You are doing well. And Gaara treasured each one with the quiet ferocity of someone who had spent their entire childhood believing they were incapable of being treasured in return. Kakashi watched from the periphery. The copy ninja had a complicated relationship with Naruto, guilt over not being assigned as his teacher, awe at what the boy had become, and a quiet, persistent sense that he was witnessing something that transcended the shinobi framework he had built his life around. He started visiting Naruto's training sessions, not to teach, to learn. He would lean against a tree, each a book in hand but unread, Sharingan eye uncovered, and he would watch Naruto practice sun breathing. He could not copy it. The Sharingan recorded the movements perfectly, but when Kakashi tried to replicate them, his body refused, not from lack of skill. The technique required something the Sharingan could not copy, something beyond chakra, beyond muscle memory, something that lived in the soul. It is not a jutsu, Kakashi concluded one afternoon, standing beside Guy after a training session. I have copied over 1,000 techniques. That sword style is not a technique. It is a state of being. It is the power of youth, Guy said. It is definitely not that. Everything is the power of youth, Kakashi. I am going to walk away from this conversation now. Our rivalry continues. I challenge you to. Kakashi was already gone. A puff of smoke marked where he had been standing. Guy shouted his challenge at the empty air. Somewhere across the village, Kakashi arrived in his apartment via body flicker, sat down on his bed and stared at the wall. Minato-sensei, he said to the empty room, your son is something I cannot explain, and I think that is exactly what you wanted. The quiet life, the life between the storms. Naruto lived it with the same grace he applied to everything. He woke before dawn. He trained. He took missions. Higher rank now, B rank and A rank, always with his team, always completing them with the quiet efficiency that had become Team 9's signature. He ate ramen with Iruka. He sparred with Sasuke. He stood in Guy's training field and let Lee throw 10,000 punches at him while the Green Beast screamed encouragement. He read books in the evening, history, philosophy, poetry. He sat on his apartment rooftop and looked at the stars. And he thought about the life he had lived before, The fragments were clearer now. Not complete, they would never be complete, but the shape of Yoriichi Tsugikuni's existence had settled into Naruto's consciousness like sediment in still water. He remembered the warmth of a woman's hand. He remembered the sound of a flute. He remembered a field of flowers and a sunset that was real, not summoned by Guy's emotional outbursts. He remembered loss. He remembered a grief so vast it had no bottom, only depth. And he remembered the decision that had defined that life, and now defined this one, to keep going, to keep carrying the warmth, to keep choosing kindness in a world that rewarded cruelty, not because it was easy, because it was right. The ember inside him, the echo of Yoriichi, pulsed. It did not speak. It did not need to. It simply burned, steady and constant, and Naruto carried it like a lantern in a world full of dark corridors. Kurama felt it too. The fox had not spoken against that single sentence in the rain, "You carry him well," but it was awake now, aware, present. It lay in its cage and watched Naruto grow, and something in the ancient beast was shifting. Not submission, not friendship. Something harder to name. The recognition that comes when a force of nature encounters another force of nature and realizes they are made of the same fundamental material. Kurama was rage and power and the memory of creation. Naruto carried the sun. They were, in some impossible way, cousins, and Kurama was beginning to understand that the cage it occupied was not a prison but a shared space, and the boy on the other side of the bars was not a jailer, but a host in the truest sense, someone who had made room. 2 years passed. Naruto turned 10. He was tall for his age now, lean and quiet, his blonde hair falling past his shoulder blades. The turquoise mark on his forehead had sharpened, the flame shape more defined, the glow brighter. His blue eyes carried a depth that made adults uncomfortable and children strangely quiet. He moved through the village like a warm breeze, acknowledged by nods and bows and the occasional smile from people who had once looked through him. He was at peace, which meant naturally that the peace was about to end. The Akatsuki came on a Thursday. The intelligence arrived first, a coded message from Jiraiya's spy network, flagged urgent, delivered to Tsunade's desk at dawn. 2 S-rank missing nin had been spotted moving toward the land of fire. Their descriptions matched known Akatsuki operatives. Their target was almost certainly the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade read the report. She closed her eyes. She opened them. She sent an Anbu to find Naruto. "They are coming for you," she told him, standing behind her desk, arms crossed. "I know," Naruto said. "You know?" "I have felt them for 2 days. 2 chakra signatures moving from the northwest. One is enormous and cold. It feels like a weapon given a body. The other is..." He paused. "Complicated." Tsunade stared at him. "You sense S-rank operatives from 2 days away. The transparent world does not diminish with distance if the signature is strong enough." "Of course it doesn't." Tsunade rubbed her temples. "The identities. Based on intel, we believe it is Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki." Naruto's expression did not change, but something in his eyes shifted. A flicker. Not fear, not excitement, recognition. "Itachi," Naruto said quietly. "Sasuke cannot know, not yet. If he finds out his brother is in the area, he will try to fight him. And he is not ready." Naruto nodded. "I understand. I will handle this." "Handle this." Tsunade let out a breath that was half sigh, half laugh. "You say that like you're going grocery shopping." "I apologize. I will handle this with appropriate gravity." "That is not better." Naruto almost smiled. "Almost. I will leave immediately. It would be best if the encounter happens outside the village." "Take a team?" "No." The word was simple. Final. Not rude. Just complete. Tsunade looked at him. She wanted to argue. Every instinct as Hokage told her to send backup, to protect her people, to wrap this child in as many layers of security as possible. But she had read the reports. She had seen the aftermath of every fight Naruto Uzumaki had ever been in. And she knew, with the grudging certainty of someone who has run out of counter-arguments, that sending backup would only give Naruto someone to worry about. "Come back alive," Tsunade said. "I will." He bowed. He left. And Tsunade sat behind her desk and drank an entire bottle of sake in one go, which her assistant Shizune would later describe as concerning but understandable. Naruto left the village at noon. He moved through the forest at a pace that blurred the trees into green streaks on either side of him, his sandals barely touching the branches before pushing off again. The katana on his back hummed, a low, steady vibration that matched his heartbeat. The crimson hilt caught dappled sunlight through the canopy. He found them at a river, a wide, slow-moving waterway that cut through the forest 20 miles northwest of the village. The water was clear. The banks were rocky, and on the far side, standing in the shade of a massive oak tree, were two figures in black cloaks decorated with red clouds. Kasame Hoshigaki was impossible to miss. 7 feet tall, blue-skinned, with the features of a shark given human form. His grin showed rows of pointed teeth. Samahada, the sentient blade, the chakra-eating sword, was strapped to his back and already quivering with anticipation. His presence was massive, oppressive, a wall of hostile chakra that pressed against the air like humidity before a storm. And beside him, Itachi Uchiha. Smaller, quieter, black hair tied back. The lines on his face that made him look decades older than his 21 years. His Sharingan was active, 3 tomoe spinning in each blood-red eye. He stood with his arms inside his cloak, perfectly still, watching Naruto approach with an expression that gave away nothing. Naruto stopped at the river's edge. The water flowed between them. He did not draw his sword. He stood with his hands at his sides, breathing slow and deep, the turquoise mark on his forehead catching the light. The transparent world activated. The world peeled open. Naruto saw through flesh and bone and chakra, past the physical forms of the 2 men in front of him, into the truth of what they were. Kisame was exactly what he appeared to be, a predator in human skin. His chakra reserves were colossal, the second largest Naruto had ever felt, dwarfed only by Kurama's. His body was modified, enhanced, his muscle fibers dense with a chakra absorption network that mirrored Samehada's own feeding mechanism. His heart beat with the slow, steady rhythm of something that had spent its entire life hunting. There was no complexity there, no hidden layers. Kasame was a weapon, and he was at peace with it. Itachi was different. Itachi was breaking. Naruto saw it immediately. The chakra network was deteriorating, not from external damage, but from within. The coils were fraying at their edges, leaking energy like a cracked pipe. The optic nerves behind the Sharingan were inflamed, scarred, pushed far beyond their capacity. His heart was enlarged, beating irregularly, struggling against a disease that had hollowed out his chest like termites in wood. His lungs were scarred. His liver was compromised. His body was a house that had been burning from the inside for years, and the man living in it was holding the walls up through willpower alone. And beneath all of that, beneath the illness, beneath the Sharingan, beneath the Akatsuki cloak and the missing nin status and the reputation as one of the most dangerous men alive, Naruto saw something else. Something that burned with a light so steady, so absolute, so devastating in its purity that it stopped Naruto's breath for 1 full second. Love. The total, all-consuming, self-destroying love of someone who had sacrificed everything. Their name, their honor, their family, their future, their very identity for one person. It radiated from the core of Itachi's being like heat from a dying star. It was directed south, toward Konoha, toward a boy named Sasuke who had no idea his brother's entire existence was a funeral pyre built for his protection. Naruto exhaled. His eyes glistened. He blinked once, and then he spoke. "You are dying, Itachi." The words fell into the silence between them like stones into still water. Kasame's grin faltered. He turned to look at his partner. Itachi's expression did not change, not a twitch, not a blink, but his breathing. For 1/2 second, his breathing stopped. "What did you say?" Kasame asked, his voice low and amused in the way that dangerous people are amused before they become lethal. Naruto did not look at Kasame. He kept his eyes on Itachi. "Your illness? It is in your chest, your liver, your eyes. You have perhaps 2 years, perhaps less. You have been burning yourself alive since you left the village, and you have been doing it on purpose. You want Sasuke to be the one who kills you. You want him to become a hero by defeating the villain you have made yourself into. That is your plan. That has always been your plan." The river flowed. The wind moved through the trees. Kasame's grin was completely gone now. His hand was on Samehada's hilt. His body coiled with the tension of someone who does not understand what is happening and therefore defaults to violence. Itachi looked at Naruto across the water. His Sharingan spun. He was trying to analyze the boy, trying to fit him into a framework, a category, a threat assessment. But his Sharingan was showing him something it had never shown him before. The boy's presence kept flickering, one moment solid, the next transparent, the next entirely absent from his perception. It was like trying to focus on a shadow in direct sunlight. The Sharingan could not lock onto him. "How?" Itachi said. One word. His voice was quiet, not cold. Cold was a performance, a mask he wore for the world. His real voice was simply still, like a lake at dawn before the wind touches it. "I can see it," Naruto said. "I can see everything inside you, the disease, the damage, the decision you made the night you killed your clan." He paused. "And I can see what it cost you. I can see it in every cell of your body. The grief is written into your bones." Itachi's eyes widened. A fraction, a millimeter. But for Itachi Uchiha, that was the equivalent of screaming. Kasame's hand tightened on Samehada. "Itachi, let me handle this. The kid talks too much." "Stay," Itachi said. "What?" "Do not move. Do not draw your sword. Stay." Kasame looked at his partner. In all the years they had worked together, through dozens of missions, through encounters with Kage and Jinchuriki, and things that had no name, Kasame had never heard that tone from Itachi. It was not a command. It was not a request. It was a warning. A warning that said, if you engage this boy, I cannot protect you from what happens next. Kasame's shark instincts, the primal deep water instincts that had kept him alive through a life of violence, fired at full volume. He looked at Naruto again, really looked, at the mark on his forehead, at the blade on his back, at the stillness that was not passivity but compression, the stillness of something that could move at any moment in any direction with a force that would remake the landscape. Kasame's hand left Samehada's hilt. Slowly, carefully, he took one step back. "Fine," Kasame said. His voice had lost its amusement. "Your call." Itachi looked at Naruto across the river, two sets of extraordinary eyes meeting across flowing water. One red, spinning, deteriorating. One blue, steady, burning with a warmth that had survived death itself. "You are Naruto Uzumaki," Itachi said. "Yes." "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." "Yes." "The one who took Orochimaru's arm." "Yes." Itachi was quiet for a moment. Then, "What do you want?" "I want you to leave. I want you to go back to wherever the Akatsuki sends you. And I want you to continue your mission as a double agent. And I want you to live long enough for Sasuke to become what you need him to become." Silence. Complete silence. The river's flow was the only sound. Kasame turned to Itachi. "Double agent?" His eyes were wide. His teeth were clenched. "What the hell is he talking about?" Itachi did not respond to Kasame. He kept his eyes on Naruto. And for the first time in years, for the first time since the night he had walked out of a compound filled with the bodies of his family, something cracked in Itachi's mask. It was not visible to anyone watching. It was not a tear, not a tremor, not a change in expression. But Naruto saw it. The transparent world showed him the shift in Itachi's heart rate, the spike in his blood pressure, the way his chakra coiled tighter around his core as if trying to hold something in. "You cannot see all of that," Itachi said. "No dojutsu can see the truth of a person's intent." "Mine can," Naruto said. "And what I see in you, Itachi, is a man who has carried a weight so heavy that it has crushed his body into dust. And he has never once set it down, not because he cannot, because he believes he does not deserve to." Itachi's breathing hitched, just once, just barely. "You have suffered greatly," Naruto said, "and you did it by choice, for love. And I will not be the one to end that sacrifice, not today." The wind picked up, the trees swayed, the river flowed. Itachi closed his eyes. When he opened them, the Sharingan was deactivated. His eyes were black, his real eyes. The eyes of a 21-year-old man who had been a child soldier, a massacre survivor, a double agent, and a dying brother, all at once for his entire adult life. "You remind me of someone," Itachi said. It was so quiet that the river almost swallowed it. "Who?" "Someone who should have existed in a better world than this one," Naruto's expression softened. "This world is not so bad, Itachi. It has people in it who love each other enough to burn themselves alive for their family. That is worth protecting." Itachi stared at him for 5 full seconds. Then the faintest ghost of a smile crossed his face. It lasted less than a heartbeat. But it was real. "Kisame," Itachi said, "we are leaving." Kisame had been standing very still, processing information that he would later describe as the most confusing 30 seconds of my life, and I once fought a man who turned into bees. He looked at Itachi. He looked at Naruto. He looked at the katana on Naruto's back and the mark on his forehead and the absolute crushing certainty that radiated from the boy like heat from a furnace. "Yeah," Kisame said slowly. "Yeah, leaving sounds good." He reached for Samahata out of habit. The sentient sword had been quivering the entire time, but not with hunger, with something else, something Kisame had never felt from his blade before. He placed his hand on the hilt, and the sword went still immediately, pressing itself flat against his back, making itself as small as possible. Kisame looked at his sword. He looked at Naruto. He looked at his sword again. "My sword," Kisame said, "is hiding." "I noticed," Itachi said. "My sword does not hide, Nogun. My sword eats tailed beast chakra for breakfast. My sword has never once." "Kisame, we are leaving, now." Kisame left. He moved fast. He did not look back. The shark man who had killed his entire unit, who had fought Kage, who wielded the most terrifying blade in the shinobi world, walked away from a 10-year-old boy standing at a river and did not look back, because looking back would have required acknowledging what he felt, and what he felt was something that sharks are not supposed to feel. Itachi lingered for one moment. He stood on the far bank and looked at Naruto, and the black eyes and the blue eyes held each other across the water, and in that gaze was a conversation that would never be spoken aloud, an understanding between two souls who carried impossible burdens. "I see you. I understand. I am sorry." "Take care of Sasuke," Itachi said. "I will," Naruto said. "Take care of yourself. That has never been part of the plan. Then change the plan." Itachi's ghost smile returned, faded. He turned and disappeared into the tree line, his black cloak dissolving into the shadows like ink into water. Naruto stood alone at the river. The transparent world faded. The world returned to its normal spectrum, solid, opaque, full of surfaces that hid what lay beneath. He looked at the flowing water for a long time. "You cannot save everyone," Kurama said from inside the mindscape. Its voice was low, a rumble that Naruto felt more than heard. "I know," Naruto replied silently, the conversation passing through the connection between host and beast. "But I can try." "You will fail." "Yes, I will fail many times. I have failed before. In another life, I lost everyone I loved, and I failed to kill the thing that destroyed them, and I spent decades alone in a world that had moved past me." He paused, and I kept going, because the alternative is to stop, and stopping is not something I know how to do. Kurama was quiet for a long time. Then, "You are the strangest vessel I have ever had." "Thank you." That was not a compliment. I took it as one. In the depths of the mindscape, the nine-tailed fox closed its eye. And if it smiled, if a creature of chakra and rage and ancient power could smile, no one saw it. But the warmth in the corridor pulsed, just a fraction brighter, and the water at Kurama's feet rippled with something that might have been amusement. Naruto returned to the village. He reported to Tsunade. He told her everything except Itachi's status as a double agent. That truth was not his to share, not yet. "They just left?" Tsunade said. "Yes. 2 S-rank Akatsuki operatives, one of whom is Itachi Uchiha, who slaughtered an entire clan. The other is Kasame Hoshigaki, who carries the most dangerous sword in the world. They confronted you, and they left. Yes, without a fight. There was no need for a fight." Tsunade poured herself another sake. Shizune reached for the bottle. Tsunade slapped her hand away. "Naruto," Tsunade said, "I need you to understand something. In the history of this village, no one has ever resolved an encounter with 2 S-rank missing men by talking to them. That is not how the shinobi world works." "Perhaps it should be." Tsunade opened her mouth, closed it, took a long drink. "Get out of my office before I start agreeing with you." Naruto bowed. "Yes, Tsunade-sama." He left. Tsunade stared at the door. "Shizune." "Yes, Lady Tsunade?" "That boy is going to change the world." "I think he already has." Tsunade took another drink. She did not argue. 18 months later, the Akatsuki accelerated their timetable. 3 Jinchuriki were captured in rapid succession. The 5 tails, the 2 tails, the 3 tails. Intelligence reports painted a grim picture. The Akatsuki were not hunting for sport. They were collecting, building towards something. The tailed beasts were being extracted and sealed into a massive statue, their power aggregated for a purpose that Jiraiya's spy network could not fully identify. Jiraiya himself went dark. He followed the trail to the hidden rain village, Amegakure, the eternally dripping city, ruled by a figure who called himself Pain. The intelligence he sent back was fragmented, urgent, increasingly alarmed. The leader of Akatsuki is in the rain. He calls himself God. He has the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. He controls 6 bodies remotely. Each one is a weapon. Tsunade, this is beyond what I expected. I'm going deeper. That was the last message. 3 days later, one of the toads from Mount Mayoboku appeared in Tsunade's office with Jiraiya's final report and the news that the toad sage was dead. Tsunade received the news standing up. She did not sit. She did not cry. She gripped the edge of her desk so hard that the wood cracked under her fingers, and she stood there, jaw clenched, eyes burning, for a full minute before she could speak. "Summon Naruto," she said. Naruto arrived within minutes. He took one look at Tsunade's face and knew. The transparent world was not necessary. Grief that large was visible to everyone. "Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto said. "Dead." Tsunade's voice was flat, controlled, a dam holding back an ocean. Killed by the Akatsuki leader in the hidden rain. She handed him the final report. He left this, coded. The cipher key is on his back. The toads preserved it. Naruto took the report. He read it. He read it again. His expression did not change, but the turquoise mark on his forehead brightened just slightly, and the temperature in the office rose by 2 degrees. "He died gathering this information," Naruto said. "Yes." "Then his death was not meaningless." "Don't." Tsunade's voice cracked. She caught it, held it, pressed it back together. "Don't you dare say his death was..." "It was not meaningless," Naruto repeated, and his voice was so gentle, so impossibly gentle, that Tsunade's composure broke. The dam cracked. The tears came. The 5th Hokage, the strongest kunoichi alive, the woman who had punched the ground hard enough to reshape landscapes, wept in her office, and Naruto stood in front of her desk and let her. He did not hug her. He did not offer words. He simply stood, present and warm, and let her grieve. Because that was what she needed. Not comfort, not solutions, just someone who would not look away. When the tears subsided, Tsunade wiped her face with her sleeve and met his eyes. "The leader is coming here next." That was Jiraiya's conclusion. "He will target you. He will bring all 6 paths." "I know. Can you stop him?" "Yes." "Naruto, I am asking you as the Hokage, can you protect this village?" Naruto looked at her. The mark blazed, his blue eyes held steady, and when he spoke, the words carried the weight of 2 lifetimes. "I will protect this village with everything I am. That is not a promise. It is the truth of my existence." Tsunade stared at him. Then she nodded. "Once, final. Then we prepare." The preparation lasted 11 days. Then pain came. It started at dawn, a beautiful dawn, gold and pink and soft, the kind of morning that poets write about, the kind that makes you pause on your way to work and look up at the sky and think, yes, this is a good day. The kind of morning that makes what comes next feel like a betrayal. The first explosion was in the northern district, a massive impact that shattered buildings and sent a pillar of dust into the morning sky. Then a second, a third, impacts slamming into the village from above, each one a body, a human body dropping from the clouds at terminal velocity, landing with the force of a meteor, rising from the crater like a machine booting up. The 6 paths of pain. They descended on Konoha like a plague made flesh. 6 bodies, each one wearing the Akatsuki cloak, each one pierced with black chakra rods, each one moving with the coordination of a single mind distributed across 6 vessels. The animal path summoned beasts. The Preta path absorbed jutsu. The human path ripped souls. The Asura path transformed into a living weapon platform. The Naraka path judged and restored. And the Deva path, the strongest, the sinner, wearing the face of a dead man named Yahiko, stood above it all, arms spread, Rinnegan blazing in stolen purple eyes. The village defenders scrambled. Kakashi engaged the Deva path first because Kakashi always engaged the most dangerous opponent first. He used the Sharingan, the Raikiri, every technique in his 1,000 jutsu arsenal. The Deva path caught the Raikiri with Shinra Tensei, a gravitational repulsion that sent Kakashi smashing through 3 walls and left him embedded in the rubble, alive but broken. Kakashi lay in the wreckage, bleeding, his Sharingan eye spinning wildly, and he felt something he had not felt since the 3rd Ninja War. Despair. Not for himself, for the village. Because the thing he had just fought was not a shinobi. It was a force of nature wearing a dead man's face, and Kakashi, for all his skill and all his genius, had not landed a single meaningful hit. And then Kakashi felt it. A warmth, distant at first, then closer. A shift in the air pressure, like the atmosphere itself was making room. A heat that was not aggressive but welcoming, not burning but illuminating. He turned his head, painfully, slowly, and looked toward the center of the village. Naruto Uzumaki walked out of the Hokage Tower's front gate. He walked slowly, deliberately. His long blonde hair caught the morning light. His katana hung on his back. The turquoise mark on his forehead blazed like a third eye made of blue fire. He wore no armor. He carried no extra weapons. He wore the standard shinobi gear of the Hidden Leaf. Dark pants, dark shirt, the flak jacket he had earned and rarely wore, his headband tied across his forehead just below the mark. He stepped into the street, and every sensor ninja in Konoha felt the change at the same time, like a frequency shift that rattled their bones. The ambient temperature rose, the light bent, the shadows retreated. The morning sun, already bright, seemed to intensify, not painfully, but noticeably, as if the star itself had leaned closer to the earth to see what was happening. At a sensor station 3 blocks from the tower, Ino Yamanaka grabbed the edge of her console and said, "What the hell is that? That's chakra. That is not chakra. That is, I do not have a word for what that is." In the Eastern District, Shikamaru was coordinating civilian evacuations. He felt the warmth hit him from a quarter mile away and stopped mid-sentence. His shadow on the ground sharpened, darkened, pulled toward the source of the heat like iron filings toward a magnet. "He's here," Shikamaru said. And for the first time in a crisis, the genius strategist of the Hidden Leaf smiled. "Okay, we're gonna be fine." In the Northern District, Lee was fighting the Animal Path summoned creatures. He had opened the 3rd gate, and his speed was turning the air around him into shock waves. He felt the warmth hit him mid-punch, and his heart soared. "Naruto!" Lee shouted, though his teammate was nowhere in sight. Show them the power of the sun!" Neji was beside Lee. Byakugan blazing carried sealing chakra points on a summoned dog the size of a house. He felt the warmth and his hands steadied, his rotation sharpened. The Byakugan focused. "He is moving," Neji reported. "Center of the village. Walking south." "Walking?" Lee said. "Walking." Lee grinned so hard his teeth sparkled. "He does not need to run." Neji almost smiled. "Almost. No, he does not." In the civilian shelters beneath the Hokage monument, the villagers huddled. They heard the explosions above. They felt the ground shake. Children cried. Parents held them and said words that were meant to be reassuring, but carried the tremor of terror. And then the warmth reached them, filtered through stone and earth, diluted by distance, but present, real. A warmth that said, someone is here. Someone is standing between you and the end. An old woman, a baker, the same baker who had once left bread on Naruto's windowsill, felt the warmth and closed her eyes. "That boy," she whispered. "That is that boy." The child in her arms stopped crying. The warmth was that potent. In Guy's apartment, the green beast of Konoha had been preparing to rush into battle. He felt the warmth and stopped. He went to his window. He looked out at the village, at the smoke and the dust and the chaos, and he saw in the distance a figure walking through it all with a blade on his back and a mark on his forehead that glowed like a star. "Go," Guy whispered. His eyes were shining. His fists were clenched. "Go, Naruto. Burn brighter than all of them." Sasuke was on a rooftop, Sharingan active, fighting an Asura Path missile barrage with fire jutsu and lightning-enhanced shuriken. He was holding his ground. The 2 years of training had made him formidable. But the path kept regenerating, kept firing, kept pushing. And then Sasuke felt the warmth hit his back, and for one instant, he was at the Valley of the End again, carried through the rain, a hand on his chest, burning away the darkness. "Naruto," Sasuke said, and he felt the tightness in his chest loosen. Not because Naruto would save him, because Naruto was here. Because in a world that was falling apart, the one constant was a blonde boy with blue eyes who always showed up. The Deva path felt it too. All 6 paths turned their Rinnegan eyes toward the center of the village at the same instant, their shared vision converging on the source of the warmth. The Deva path, Yahiko's body, Yahiko's face, the face of a man who had died believing in peace and been turned into a weapon, tilted its head. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Deva path said, its voice flat, carrying the tone of the real Nagato from miles away. He has arrived. Naruto walked down the main street. The cobblestones were cracked. Buildings on either side were damaged, some collapsed. Dust hung in the air, and the Deva path descended from the sky, landing 30 meters ahead, robes fluttering, Rinnegan burning. Naruto stopped. The Deva path stopped. They faced each other across a ruined street. The strongest of the 6 paths and the soul of the greatest warrior who had ever drawn breath, standing in the wreckage of a village that both of them, in their own way, had been born to protect. I am pain, the Deva path said. I am God. I have come to bring peace to this world through suffering. Surrender the 9 tails. Accept that this village must fall. Accept the truth of pain. Naruto drew his katana. The blade turned crimson. The air around it shimmered. The cobblestones beneath his feet dried and cracked. The temperature spiked. The dust in the air ignited into motes of light that drifted upward like inverse snowfall. No, Naruto said. The Deva path raised a hand. Shinra Tensei. The gravitational repulsion wave expanded outward from the Deva path's palm, a wall of invisible force that pushed everything away from its center. It had knocked Kakashi through buildings. It had leveled blocks. It was the technique that made Pain the most dangerous combatant alive. The wave hit Naruto. Naruto entered the selfless state. And the wave, the all-repelling gravitational force, the technique that pushed against every object within its range, found nothing to push. Naruto was there. His body was present. His mass was real. But his intent, his presence, his existence within the framework that Shinra Tensei operated on, gone. Erased. The repulsion wave washed over him like wind through an open window. His hair moved. His clothes rippled. He took one step forward, then another, walking through the gravitational storm that had flattened everything else in its path. The Deva path's Rinnegan widened. For a being controlled by a remote operator, the expression should not have been possible. But Nagato, miles away, pumping chakra through the body of his dead best friend, felt something he had not felt since the day Yahiko died. Shock so pure it tasted like metal. Impossible, the Deva path said. Shinra Tensei affects all matter. You cannot. Sun breathing, Naruto said. First form, dance. One horizontal slash. The crimson arc crossed the 30 meters between them in a fraction of a second. The Deva path raised both hands for another Shinra Tensei, but the cooldown had not elapsed. 5 seconds. That was the gap. And Naruto had filled it. The arc hit the Deva path at the waist. The Rinnegan body did not cut in half. The chakra rods reinforcing it held the form together, but the force of the impact launched it backward through a collapsed building and out the other side, smashing through the wall and skidding across the dirt street beyond. Naruto did not pursue. He felt the other 5 paths converging. The animal path from the north, riding a summoned rhino. The Preta path from the east, arms outstretched to absorb energy. The human path from the west, reaching with chakra-extracting hands. The Asura path from above, transforming mid-leap into a mechanical monstrosity of blades and missiles. The Naraka path from below, phasing up through the ground. 5 paths, 5 directions, 1 Naruto. He breathed. Sun breathing, 4th form. Burning bones, summer sun. He spiraled. His blade traced a helical path around his body, not one slash but a continuous corkscrew of crimson fire that expanded outward in every direction simultaneously. The heat was instant and absolute. The summoned rhino dissolved into smoke 20 meters from contact, its summoning bond shattered by energy that overwhelmed its chakra structure. The Preta path, the one designed to absorb jutsu, extended its barrier and caught the edge of the flame. The barrier held for 1 second. 2. Then it cracked. Sun breathing was not chakra. It existed outside the framework that the Preta path was designed to counter. The flames punched through the absorption field and hit the Preta path directly, slagging the chakra rods in its shoulders and dropping it to the ground. The human path reached him. Its hand grazed his arm, the soul-extracting technique designed to rip a person's spirit from their body on contact. Naruto felt the pull. A tug at his consciousness, a hook trying to find purchase on his soul. There was nothing to grab. Naruto's soul was Yoriichi Tsugikuni's soul, and it was rooted in his body with a depth that made the human path's extraction technique feel like trying to pull a mountain with a fishing line. The pull failed. The hand slid off. The human path looked confused. A puppet whose programming had encountered a null result. Naruto turned. 3rd form, Raging sun. Two simultaneous slashes, left and right, crimson arcs crossing in an X pattern. The human path and the emerging Naraka path were caught in the intersection. Both bodies were thrown backward, chakra rods shattered, limbs cauterized, disabled in an instant. The Asura path came from above, a rain of missiles and blades, its body reconfigured into a weapons platform. Dozens of projectiles screaming downward. Seventh form, beneficent radiance, one wide sweep. A dome of radiant energy expanded upward from Naruto's blade, catching every missile, every blade, every projectile. They melted in midair. The metal turned to liquid droplets that sizzled and evaporated before reaching the ground. The Asura path itself was caught in the radiance, its mechanical modifications superheated, its joints fused, its weapons welded shut. It crashed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. The animal path was already summoning again. A massive bird this time, a multi-headed dog, a chameleon. 3 summoned creatures at once, filling the sky and the street and the gaps between buildings. Naruto looked up. Second form, clear blue sky. One vertical slash. A pillar of crimson fire erupted skyward, splitting the summoned bird from beak to tail. The halves dissolved into smoke. The multi-headed dog charged, and every time a head was severed, it grew 2 more. Naruto watched the dog multiply. He watched the heads grow. He breathed. 12th form, flame dance. 2 slashes, intersecting lines of fire that hung in the air like a burning lattice. The dog ran into them. Every head, every single regenerating head, was cauterized simultaneously. Sun breathing burned away regeneration. It was the fundamental principle. The one truth that the blade carried from another world, that which the sun touches does not grow back. The dog crumbled. The chameleon tried to go invisible. The transparent world saw it immediately, the distortion in the air, the chakra signature flickering but present. Naruto moved. 11th form, fake rainbow. His body distorted through its own heat haze, appearing to lunge left while actually moving right. His blade found the chameleon mid-invisibility and cut through it in one clean stroke. The summon dispelled with a thunderclap of smoke. 6 paths, 23 seconds. 5 disabled. 1, the Deva path, rising from the rubble where the first strike had sent it. The Deva path floated. It rose into the air, arms spread, robes billowing, the Rinnegan blazing in its dead eyes. It looked down at the ruined street, at the smoking remains of its 5 companion bodies, at the blonde boy standing in the center of it all with a crimson blade and a burning mark, and it said the words that Nagato fed to it from a tower in the hidden rain. "You are strong," the Devapath said. "Stronger than expected. But strength changes nothing. Pain is inevitable. Loss is inevitable. This world is built on suffering, and no amount of power can." "Stop," Naruto said. The Devapath paused. "I do not want to hear his philosophy from a dead man's mouth," Naruto said. He looked up at the floating body, at Yahiko's face, at the piercings, the dead skin, the purple eyes that belonged to someone else. "You are Yahiko. You were Nagato's friend. You died believing in something better, and he has turned your body into a weapon." The Devapath's expression flickered, a glitch, a tremor in the remote control. "I will not fight you anymore," Naruto said. He sheathed his sword. "Because you are not my enemy. You are a corpse being used by a man in pain, and I'm going to find him, and I am going to talk to him." "You cannot find. I already have. The transparent world. Active since the moment the first path had landed. Naruto had been tracing the chakra threads since the fight began. Thin, almost invisible lines of energy that connected each path to its controller. 6 threads, 6 puppets, all converging on a single point, miles away, high above the rain-drenched village where a god of pain sat on a throne of misery and pulled the strings of the dead. Naruto looked at the Devapath one last time, at Yahiko's face, at the stolen eyes. "Your friend deserved better than this," Naruto said. "And so do you." He turned. He moved. In the time it took the Devapath to process the words, Naruto was gone. A blur of blonde hair and crimson light, crossing rooftops, clearing the village walls, heading north-northwest at a speed that turned the trees below him into green smears. Behind him, the Deva path floated in silence. The 5 disabled paths lay scattered across the ruined street. And from every shelter, every rooftop, every shattered window where a Konoha ninja had been watching, there was silence. Not the silence of shock, though shock was there. The silence that comes after witnessing something so far beyond your framework that your brain needs a moment to reformat. Shikamaru was the first to speak. He was standing on a rooftop, shadow retracted, hands in his pockets, and he said he just soloed 6 S-rank combatants in under 30 seconds and then left to find the final boss, on foot. Beside him, Choji was holding a bag of chips that he had forgotten to eat. Is that normal? Nothing about Naruto has ever been normal. Shikamaru looked at the sky. Nothing about Naruto will ever be normal. And honestly, I've stopped wanting it to be. In the northern district, Lee stood among the ruins of the summoned creatures he had been fighting. Creatures that had all poofed out of existence when Naruto destroyed the animal path. Lee's gates were still open, his muscles were still burning, and he was grinning so hard his face hurt. That, Lee declared, was the most incredible display of combat I have ever witnessed. Guy-sensei! Guy appeared on a nearby rooftop, tears already streaming. I know, Lee. I saw. Did you see the fourth form? I saw all of them, Lee. The spiral, the fire, the Lee, Guy-sensei, Lee! They embraced across rooftops somehow, defying spatial logic. The sunset erupting behind them, despite the fact that it was 9 in the morning and the village was on fire. Neji, standing between them, deactivated his Byakugan and stared at the ground with the expression of a man who has accepted his reality and still regrets it. Every time, Neji muttered. Every single time. Kakashi had been pulled from the rubble by the medical team. He was lying on a stretcher, broken and bleeding, but conscious. He had watched the entire fight through his Sharingan. Every form, every movement, every impossible moment. And when it was over, he looked up at the sky and said, "To no one, Obito, you would have loved this kid." At the Hokage Tower, Tsunade stood at the window. She had seen everything. The paths falling, the fire, the boy walking through Shinra Tensei like it was a light breeze. She pressed her forehead against the glass and whispered, "Go get him, kid." Naruto ran. He crossed the miles between Konoha and the tower where Nagato hid. The transparent world guided him. 6 threads of chakra converging on a single point. A heartbeat at the center of a web, weak and irregular and furious with pain. He ran through forest and over rivers and across a landscape scarred by war, and the crimson blade on his back hummed, and the mark on his forehead blazed. He found the tower, a paper structure shaped by Konan, the angel of Amigakure, Nagato's other surviving friend, the woman who turned herself into 600 billion sheets of paper and called it devotion. She was standing outside the entrance when Naruto arrived. Konan's amber eyes met his. She was beautiful in the way that tragedy is beautiful, sharp and pale and carrying the weight of 3 lifetimes of loss in her expression. Paper wings unfolded from her back. Explosive tags shimmered along their edges. "You will not pass," Konan said. "I do not want to fight you," Naruto said. "I want to talk to Nagato." "He does not want to talk. He needs to." Konan stared at him. Her paper wings rustled, the explosive tags glowed, and then, slowly, reluctantly, with the caution of someone who has been betrayed by hope too many times to trust it easily, she folded her wings and stepped aside. "If you hurt him," Konan said, "I will unmake you. I will not hurt him. Then go." Naruto walked past her and into the tower. The chamber was dark, the air was stale and smelled of metal and medicine. Mechanical supports lined the walls, life-sustaining equipment, feeding tubes, chakra amplifiers, and in the center, mounted in a walking frame that looked more like a torture device than a mobility aid, was Nagato. He was emaciated. His red hair hung in limp curtains around a face that was more skull than flesh. His skin was gray, papery, stretched tight over bones that were too visible. His legs were useless, atrophied, withered, hanging from the frame like dead branches. His arms were skeletal, wrists no thicker than a child's. Chakra rods protruded from his back, connected to the frame, channeling his energy outward. And his eyes, the Rinnegan, purple concentric rings that contained the power of creation and destruction in equal measure. The eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, burning in the skull of a man who had convinced himself that he was God. Nagato looked at Naruto. The Rinnegan took in the turquoise mark, the katana, the blue eyes, the chakra signature that the paths had reported, warm, overwhelming, inexplicable. "You defeated all 6 of my paths," and Nagato said. His voice was a rasp, a dying man's whisper amplified by the echo of the chamber. "In seconds, with a sword that burns with a fire I cannot identify." "Yes," Naruto said. You are not what I expected. No one ever is. Naga's lips twisted. Clever words. Jiraiya-sensei taught you well. He taught me about my father. He taught me about the world. He taught me that people can choose peace even when the world gives them every reason not to. Naruto's voice did not change in pitch or volume. And then you killed him. Nagato's expression hardened. I killed him because he stood in the way of peace. True peace. The peace that can only come through pain. That is not peace. You are a child. You know nothing of. I know grief, Naruto said. Nagato stopped. I know what it feels like to lose everything, Naruto continued. Not in theory, not as a concept. I know the weight of it. The way it sits in your chest like a stone that will not dissolve. The way it makes the world look gray. The way it makes you wonder why you are still alive when the people you loved are not. His voice was steady. His eyes were clear. I have carried that weight in this life and in another one. I have failed to protect the people I loved most. I lived with that failure for decades. I know the exact shape of the hole it leaves. Nagato stared at him. The Rinnegan searched his face for deception, for performance, for any sign that these were rehearsed lines from a child parroting philosophy he did not understand. There was none. The words were naked, true, sourced from somewhere deeper than Nagato had believed a child could reach. You know nothing of my pain, Nagato whispered, but the conviction was bleeding from his voice like color from a wound. I know that Yahiko died in your arms, Naruto said. I know that Hanzo betrayed you. I know that the world looked at 3 orphans from the rain and decided they were not worth protecting. I know that you built a philosophy around that betrayal because the alternative was to accept that the person you loved most died for nothing. Nagato's breath caught. His hands gripped the frame's supports. The chakra rods in his back flickered. But he did not die for nothing, Nagato. Yahiko believed in peace. Real peace. Not the peace of fear. Not the peace of weapons so terrible that no one dares fight. The peace that comes from people looking at each other and choosing to be better. That peace does not exist. It does. I have seen it. I have built it with my own hands, in a village that hated me, with people who feared me. One person at a time, one act of kindness at a time. It is slow, it is fragile. It breaks, and you rebuild it, and it breaks again. But it is real, and it is the only peace worth having. Nagato's eyes were wet. Not tears. The Rinnegan did not produce tears easily. But the moisture was there, gathering at the edges, held back by a will that was crumbling like a dam in a flood. Jiraiya-sensei believed in you, Naruto said. He believed that his students from the rain would change the world. He told me about you, Nagato. He told me about the boy who wanted to end war. That boy is still in there. I can see him. You cannot. I can see everything. Naruto took a step forward. The mark on his forehead glowed. I see your heart. I see the love you carry for Yahiko, for Konan, for the dream you 3 shared before the world broke it. That love is the strongest thing inside you, Nagato. Stronger than the Rinnegan. Stronger than pain. And you have buried it under years of anger and called the grave a throne. Nagato was shaking. His entire frame trembled. The chakra rods rattled. I have failed to protect the ones I loved most, Naruto said. I lived for nothing for a long time. The days passed and I felt nothing. The world moved and I stayed still. And I believed, as you believe, that because I had lost everything, the world owed me its pain. He took another step. He was close now. Close enough to see the individual rings of the Rinnegan. Close enough to feel the desperate, ragged pulse of Nagato's failing heart. But I was wrong, Naruto said, and so are you. Nagato broke. It was not dramatic. It was not violent. It was the quietest kind of breaking. The kind that happens inside, where no one can see, where the walls that took years to build come down in silence. Nagato's head dropped. His chin hit his chest. His skeletal hands released the frame's supports and fell to his sides, and from the depths of a body that had been a weapon for so long it had forgotten it was human, a sound emerged. Small. Broken. The sound of a man crying for the first time in so long that his body had almost forgotten how. Yahiko, Nagato whispered. I am sorry. Naruto stood before him and said nothing. He let Nagato cry. He let the chamber fill with the sound of grief that had been denied for decades. He let the moment be what it was, ugly and human and necessary. When the sobs faded, Nagato looked up. His face was wet. His Rinnegan was dimmer, as if the eyes themselves were exhausted. "I can bring them back," Nato said. "The people who died today, in your village. The outer path, the king of hell. It can return souls to bodies. I can undo what I have done." "It will cost you your life," Naruto said. It was not a question. The transparent world showed him exactly what the technique would require. Every remaining drop of chakra, every last spark. "I know," Nagato said. "That was always the price." Naruto looked at him. He looked at this dying skeletal, broken man who had caused so much destruction, and was now, in his final moments, choosing to undo it. And Naruto saw what the transparent world always showed him, the truth beneath the surface. Nagato was afraid. Afraid of dying. Afraid of being wrong. Afraid of meeting Yahiko in whatever came next and having to explain what he had done with the dream they shared. "He would forgive you," Naruto said. "Yahiko, he would forgive you, because that is what friends do." Nagato's lip trembled. "You do not know that." "I do." Nagato performed the technique. The king of hell rose, a massive spectral figure, mouth agape, and from its depths, the souls of the fallen began to flow backward. Through the air, through the ground, across the miles between the rain and the leaf. Lives returning, hearts restarting, eyes opening. In Konoha, bodies that had stopped breathing drew breath again. Shinobi who had fallen rose from the rubble, confused and alive. The dead returned. Not all of them. Some had been lost before the invasion, their souls beyond recall. But the fallen of this day, of this attack, they came back. Kakashi on his stretcher felt his broken bones mend. He sat up. He looked at his hands. He looked at the sky. What? All across the village, the same question. The same disbelief, the same slow, dawning realization that something impossible had happened. In the tower, Nagato's body was failing. The life support frame sparked and died. His arms hung limp. His breathing was shallow, irregular, fading. "Naruto," Nagato whispered, "carry this forward. The peace, the real peace, not mine, not Jiraiya's, yours." "I will." "Promise me." "I promise," Nagato smiled. It was thin, weak, almost invisible. But it was the smile of the boy from the rain, the boy who had wanted to end war, the boy Jiraiya had taught, the boy who had loved his friends and lost them and found his way back in the last moments of his life. Konan entered the chamber. She knelt beside Nagato. She took his hand. She did not speak. She did not need to. Nagato looked at her. "Konan, take me home. Bury me beside Yahiko." "I will," Konan said. Her voice broke on the second word. Nagato's eyes closed. The Rinnegan dimmed. The light went out. And the man called Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, the self-proclaimed god of the New World, died in the arms of his last friend, having chosen in the end to give everything back. Naruto turned. He walked out of the tower. He walked into the rain, because it was always raining in Amegakure, and he stood in the downpour and looked up at the gray sky. "Rest now," he said to no one. "You have earned it." He began the walk home. The village met him at the gate. Not the Anbu, not the council, not the Hokage, the village. Everyone, civilians and shinobi, old and young, standing in a crowd that filled the street from the gate to the main avenue. They had been waiting. They had felt the souls return. They had felt the warmth pull back toward the rain and then come back, dimmer, tired, moving at a walking pace. Naruto walked through the gate and stopped. Hundreds of faces, looking at him. And for the first time in his entire life, there was no hatred, no fear, no cold indifference. There was only one thing in those faces, repeated across every pair of eyes, and it hit Naruto harder than any technique ever had. Gratitude. A child broke free from the crowd first. A small girl, maybe 5, clutching a stuffed animal. She ran up to Naruto on unsteady legs, threw her arms around his knee and said, "Thank you for saving my daddy." Naruto looked down at her. His eyes glistened. He knelt. He put his hand on her head gently, the way Guy had done to him so many times. "You are welcome," he said. The crowd erupted. Not in cheers, though there were cheers. Not in applause, though there was applause. In something bigger. Something that sounded like a village finding its voice after years of silence. His name, spoken and shouted and whispered and sung, rising from the crowd like a wave. "Naruto! Naruto! Naruto!" Iruka was in the crowd. He was crying openly, unashamed, grinning through his tears. Tochi, the ramen shop owner, was beside him, wiping his eyes with his apron. Konohamaru, the third Hokage's grandson, was jumping up and down, screaming louder than anyone. Tsunade stood at the front. She looked at Naruto. She had no words. The fifth Hokage, the legendary medical ninja, the woman who could crack the earth with her fist, she had no words. She just stepped forward, put both hands on Naruto's shoulders, and pulled him into a hug that he did not resist. "Welcome home, kid," she said. Her voice was rough. "I am home," Naruto said. Guy found him afterward. Of course Guy found him. The green beast materialized from the crowd with the gravitational certainty of a moon orbiting its planet, and he looked at Naruto, and he saw what he always saw, the brightest flame in any room, burning too hot and too pure for the world that held it. "Naruto," Guy said. "Guy-sensei." "How are you?" "Tired." "The same tired?" "Yes." Guy nodded. He put his arm around Naruto's shoulder. Not a hug, just a contact, a weight, a presence. "Then let us be tired together." They walked through the celebrating village. Lee joined them. Then Neji. Then Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, wearing the most relaxed expression anyone had seen on his face in weeks. Then Choji. Then Kiba and Akamaru. Then Hinata, quiet and blushing and walking 3 steps behind. Then Sakura. Then Ino. One by one they gathered. A procession of teenagers who had just survived an invasion, walking through their damaged, living, breathing village, and at the center, at the front, the boy who had made it possible. Naruto walked among them and felt the warmth in his chest pulse, the ember of Yoriichi, the echo of a man who had lost everything and kept going. It pulsed, and for a moment, Naruto could have sworn he heard something, not words, a feeling. The feeling of a hand on his shoulder that was not there, the feeling of someone standing just behind him, unseen, ancient, smiling. Well done. Naruto closed his eyes for 1 second, 1 breath. Then he opened them and kept walking. The months after Pain's invasion were a blur of reconstruction and shifting politics. The village rebuilt. The alliance with the sand deepened. Gaara, now Kazekage, the youngest in history, sent reconstruction aid and personnel. He came personally, walking through the gate of the leaf with his siblings beside him. The gourd on his back filled with sand, but his face filled with something that sand had never been able to provide. He found Naruto at the construction site of the new hospital. Naruto, Gaara. They stood side by side, watching workers lay foundations. Neither of them spoke for a long time. "I heard what happened," Gaara said. "All of it." "Yes. You talked him out of it. The leader of the Akatsuki. You talked him out of destroying your village. He chose to stop. I just gave him a reason." Gaara looked at Naruto. The teal eyes, once empty, once mad, were warm now. Changed. Alive in a way they had never been before. A hand had touched his shoulder in an arena years ago. "You are the reason," Gaara said. "You are always the reason." He paused. "When I became Kazekage, the council asked me why I wanted the position. I told them it was because someone showed me that being strong enough to destroy everything is meaningless unless you are also strong enough to protect something. That is a good answer. It is yours." Naruto smiled. Small, warm, the kind of smile that made the air around him glow. "Walk with me," Naruto said. They walked through the village together. The Kazekage and the boy who had saved Konoha, shoulder to shoulder, and the civilians who saw them bowed. Not out of obligation, out of respect for the bond between two people who had both been called monsters and had both chosen, against every expectation, to become something more. And then, 6 months after the invasion, the message arrived from the border. Sasuke had left the village. Not as a defector, not as a rogue. He had taken a sanctioned mission. S rank, solo, approved by Tsunade under extreme protest, to locate and confront Itachi Uchiha. The curse mark was gone, the madness was gone. But the need, the core, defining, unavoidable need to face his brother and learn the truth that had never left. It had simply changed shape. Where once it had been a knife aimed at Itachi's throat, now it was a question. A desperate, burning question that only Itachi could answer. Why? Sasuke found Itachi in an abandoned Uchiha outpost deep in the land of fire. The fight, the confrontation between brothers, was everything it had been building toward. Fire against fire, sharing in against sharing in. Sasuke's hard-earned skill against Itachi's fading body. Naruto was not present for the fight. He had not been asked. He had not been invited. And he had respected that boundary because some battles are not about winning. They are about finding the truth. But he felt it. Through the transparent world from miles away, he felt the clash of chakra. He felt Itachi's heart stuttering, failing, fighting against the disease that had been killing him for years. He felt Sasuke's fear, not of losing, but of winning. Not of his brother's power, but of his brother's love. The fear of finally getting the answer and discovering it was the one he could not bear. The fight ended not with a jutsu, but with a body failing. Itachi's final technique, a genjutsu meant to show Sasuke the truth, to break through the lies and reveal the real story, activated in his last moments. And then Itachi Uchiha, the boy who had killed his clan to save his village, the teenager who had spent a decade as a villain so his brother could be a hero, the man who had loved Sasuke more than he had loved his own life, fell. He fell forward toward Sasuke. His fingers reached out and touched Sasuke's forehead. That same gesture, the same two-fingered tap, the one that Sasuke remembered from childhood, the one that meant I love you and I'm sorry and I wish I could stay and goodbye, all at once, compressed into a gesture too small for the weight it carried. "Forgive me, Sasuke," Itachi whispered. "This is the last time." He died with his hand on his brother's face. He died smiling. Sasuke caught him, held him, and the scream that came from the last Uchiha, the raw, shattered, world-ending scream of a person whose entire reality has just inverted, echoed through the outpost and into the forest and across the miles to the village where Naruto stood on a rooftop, eyes closed, feeling every second of it. Naruto found Sasuke 3 hours later. The outpost was ruined. The walls were scorched. The floor was cracked. Itachi's body lay in the center of the main room, arranged with a care that bordered on reverence. Arms crossed, eyes closed, the lines on his face finally smooth. Sasuke sat beside him. His Sharingan was deactivated. His eyes were red and swollen. His hands were shaking. He was holding a scroll that Itachi had left behind, sealed into his cloak, containing the truth. The full truth. The Uchiha massacre. Danzo's order. The third Hokage's impossible decision. Itachi's sacrifice. Sasuke looked up when Naruto entered. His face was destroyed. Not by jutsu, by knowledge, by the truth that his brother had been a hero all along, and the world had made him a monster, and Sasuke had spent years chasing a vengeance that was pointed at the wrong target. "He loved me," Sasuke said. His voice was a wreck, a demolished building with one wall still standing. "He killed everyone he loved to protect me. He let me hate him. He let me train to kill him. He let me become everything he feared so that I could become everything he wanted." His hands tightened on the scroll. "And I never once said." His voice broke. His head dropped. His shoulders shook. Naruto walked across the room. He sat down beside Sasuke. He did not speak. He sat in the ruin of the outpost, beside the body of a man who had been the truest hero in the shinobi world, and he let Sasuke grieve. The silence lasted a long time. Then Sasuke leaned sideways. His head dropped against Naruto's shoulder. The same shoulder, the same position, the same collapse that Gaara had made in the arena, that Sasuke himself had made at the Valley of the End. Naruto was a place where broken people rested. It was not a role he had chosen. It was the truth of who he was, the warmth that caught falling things and held them until they could stand again. "He is at peace now," Naruto said. "How do you know?" "Because I can feel it. His soul left his body hours ago. It was warm when it went. There was no fear. There was no regret. There was only the relief of a man who had finally set down the heaviest burden in the world." Sasuke's breathing hitched. "I cannot even be angry. I want to be angry. At Danzo, at the village, at the system that made my brother choose between his family and his home. But I am too tired to be angry. I am just sad. Yes, that is enough. Being sad for someone you loved is enough. It is the most honest thing a person can do." Sasuke closed his eyes. The tears came again, slower this time, quieter. The storm after the storm. The grief that settles in after the first wave passes and stays for years. "I will carry him home," Sasuke said eventually. "Itachi, I will carry him home and bury him properly in the Uchiha compound. With our family. I will walk with you. You don't have to. I know." Sasuke looked at Naruto. In the dim light of the ruined outpost, his dark eyes met Naruto's blue ones, and something passed between them that was not words, an understanding. A bond forged not in combat, but in the shared experience of loss. The knowledge that the person sitting beside you has carried the same weight and knows exactly how much it hurts. "Thank you," Sasuke said, "for coming, always." They carried Itachi home. side by side through the forest, under a sky that was clear and cold and full of stars. And when they reached the Uchiha compound and laid Itachi to rest in the family burial ground, Sasuke stood before the grave and said, "You were the best person I have ever known, and I am sorry it took me so long to see it." Naruto stood beside him. He said nothing. His presence was enough. The war came. It came the way wars always come, with a cascade of failures, a domino chain of escalation, a series of choices made by men who believed they could reshape the world through force. Obito Uchiha, unmasked. The truth of the Akatsuki's real purpose revealed. The 10 Tails, the infinite Tsukuyomi, Madara Uchiha's resurrection. The 5 great nations formed an alliance for the first time in history. 100,000 shinobi drawn from every village, organized under a unified command structure, marching to war against an army of reanimated legends and 100,000 white Zetsu clones. It was the largest military mobilization the world had ever seen. Naruto joined the Allied forces on the second day. His arrival at the forward command post was not announced. He simply appeared, walking through the camp's perimeter in the early morning, katana on his back, turquoise mark blazing. The sentries saw him and froze. The command staff saw him and exhaled. Gaara, serving as the commander of the Allied Forces 4th Division, saw him and smiled. "You came," Gaara said. "Of course." The battlefield is ahead. Reanimated shinobi, thousands of clones, and behind them, the Gedo statue being prepared for the 10 Tails revival. "I will handle it." "Naruto, there are 100,000 enemy combatants." "I will handle it." Gaara looked at him. The Kazekage, who had once been a weapon of madness and was now a leader of nations, looked at the boy who had saved him and saw the same thing he had always seen. Certainty, so absolute it bent the world around it. "Then we will fight beside you," Gaara said. "I would be honored." The front line was chaos. The Allied forces clashed with the Zetsu army across a battlefield that stretched from horizon to horizon. Lightning flickered. Fire roared. Earth jutsu reshaped the landscape in real time. The reanimated shinobi, dead legends dragged back to fight by the Edo Tensei, engaged the living with skills that had been perfected in previous wars. It was brutal. It was fast. It was consuming everything. Naruto entered the battlefield at a walk. He drew his katana. The blade turned crimson. The mark on his forehead ignited, and the warmth that rolled off him spread across the front line like a wave, touching every allied shinobi within range. Their fatigue lifted, their fear diminished, their resolve hardened. It was not genjutsu. It was not a jutsu at all. It was the fundamental nature of sun breathing, the warmth that predated chakra, that existed at the level of the soul, that reminded every living thing it touched what it meant to fight for something worth keeping. Shikamaru felt it from the command tent. "He is here," he said to the strategy board, as if the pins and maps could understand the significance. "Change the battle plan, redirect reserves to the flanks. The center is handled." "Handled?" the communications officer said. "One man cannot." "Watch," Shikamaru said. They watched. Naruto reached the center of the Zetsu army, 10,000 white Zetsu clones, screaming and charging and pressing forward like a white tide. He stood among them. He breathed. Sun breathing. 13th form. The world remembered. The 13th form was all of them. Every form of sun breathing, performed in unbroken sequence, each one flowing into the next with zero pause. It was the technique that killed the Demon King. It was the technique that had turned Gaara's sand to glass. It was the pinnacle of a fighting style that had existed since the beginning of another world, perfected by a soul that had crossed the boundary between universes to stand in this moment, on this field, for these people. First form. Dance. A horizontal arc that cleared 100 meters in a single sweep, the crimson fire cutting through the Zetsu swarm like a scythe through wheat. Second form. Clear blue sky. A vertical pillar that split the formation down the center, leaving a canyon of molten glass. Third form. Raging sun. Twin strikes that crossed and recrossed, creating an X-shaped kill zone that expanded outward in both directions. Fourth form. Burning bones. Summer sun. A spiral that created a vortex of heat so intense the air itself became fire, and the Zetsu at the center were reduced to ash before they could scream. Fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, each form followed the last without a breath between them. The battlefield became a furnace. The ground turned to glass. The air shimmered with heat that made the sky warp. Naruto moved through the enemy army like a comet through paper, each strike ending dozens, each form clearing acres. Ninth form, Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. The Crimson Dragon roared across the field, consuming everything in its path, the fire trail hanging in the air like a burning scar on reality. 10th form, Fire Wheel. A spinning slash that expanded into a ring of flame 50 meters in diameter, sweeping through the Zetsu army in every direction. 11th, 12th, each one landing with the force of a natural disaster. And then the cycle repeated. Without stopping, without slowing, Naruto performed the 13th form not once, not twice, but continuously, an infinite loop of 12 forms cycling into each other, each repetition faster, each strike more devastating, the crimson fire building on itself until the entire center of the battlefield was a wall of light visible from miles away. On the command ridge, the 5 Kage watched. Gaara stood with his arms crossed, sand swirling at his feet. His face was calm. His eyes were wet. The Raikage, the 4th, gripped the railing of his command post with both hands. His massive arms trembled. What in the name of every god is that? The Tsuchikage, Onoki, the ancient floating warrior, stared with his mouth open. I have fought in 3 wars. I have seen the worst this world can produce. I have never seen anything like that. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, leaned against the railing, one hand over her heart. He is beautiful. Can he cook? Mei, the Raikage said. I am asking a legitimate question. Tsunade stood at the center of the Kage group. She was not speaking. She was watching the wall of crimson light that filled the horizon. Her face carried the expression of a mother watching her child become something beyond her comprehension, while simultaneously being terrified and proud in equal measure. That is Naruto Uzumaki, Tsunade said. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the boy who made Orochimaru run. The boy who talked Nagato out of destroying the leaf. The boy who burns with a fire that no one in this world can explain. He is one person, the Raikage said. Yes. One person is destroying 10,000 enemies. Yes. The Raikage stared at the battlefield. Then he sat down. He needed a moment. The Zetsu army collapsed. 10,000 became 5,000, became 1,000, became none. The center of the enemy formation was gone, replaced by a field of glass and ash and heat that would take years to cool. Naruto stood in the center, breathing steady, blade glowing, mark blazing. He was not winded. He was not tired. He was exactly what he had always been. The sun. Constant. Burning. Undiminished. And then the ground shook. The Gedo statue activated. The incomplete Ten Tails tore itself free from the earth, a massive howling insane creature of raw chakra, all tails and mouths in fury. And behind it, emerging from a crack in reality itself, resurrected by the Rin and Rebirth technique, stood Madara Uchiha, the legendary founder, the ghost of the Uchiha clan, the man who had fought Hashirama Senju to a standstill and lived to become something worse. He stood on the battlefield in a body that was not fully his own, reanimated, then resurrected, patched together from stolen cells and forbidden techniques, but his presence was unmistakable. The weight of it pressed down on the battlefield like a hand on a table. Madara looked out at the allied forces, at the 100,000 shinobi arrayed against him, at the Kage on their ridge, at the ruins of the Zetsu army, and his eyes, the eternal Manjikyo Sharingan, crimson and black and spinning with a power that had terrorized the world a century ago, found Naruto. You, Madara said, his voice carried across the battlefield, deep and amused and utterly unafraid. You are the one who destroyed my army. Naruto stood in the field of glass. His blade was crimson, his mark was blazing. He looked at Madara Uchiha across half a mile of devastation and said, yes. Interesting. Madara's Sharingan spun. He analyzed Naruto the way he analyzed everything, as a potential threat, a potential tool, a piece on a board. You are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but that fire, that is not the fox's power. What are you? I was born with a body that should not exist in this world, Naruto said. I have spent every day since trying to use it to protect the people I love. Madara's lip curled. Love, how predictable. Hashirama said the same thing. And look what his love built. A world of endless war, of betrayal, of children sent to die. Love is a weakness. Power is the only truth. Naruto said nothing. He settled into his stance, low, centered. The katana in both hands angled 45 degrees. His breathing deepened. The temperature rose. Madara smiled. It was the smile of a man who had been waiting for a good fight since the day he died and believed he had finally found one. He moved first. Madara's speed was beyond anything the battlefield had produced. He crossed the distance in an instant, a blur of black hair and red armor, his fist cocked back, charged with chakra that could level a mountain. The ground cratered beneath his footsteps. The air screamed. Naruto entered the selfless state. He stepped into the charge. Madara's fist hit nothing. His Sharingan spun wildly, trying to track a target that had ceased to exist within its perception framework. One frame, Naruto was there. Next frame, empty air. Next frame, the crimson blade was an inch from Madara's side. Madara twisted. The blade grazed his Edo Tensei body. The flesh touched by the crimson edge did not regenerate. It burned, permanently. A wound that the immortal resurrection technique could not undo. Madara looked at the wound. He looked at the blade. His smile sharpened. "You can hurt me," Madara said. "Truly hurt me. The regeneration, your blade bypasses it." "Sun breathing burns away regeneration," Naruto said. "It is the fundamental truth of the blade." Fascinating. Madara's Sharingan evolved. The Tomoe shifted, merged, became the eternal Manjikyo, and then in his left eye, the ripples of the Rinnegan bloomed. He had both. He had everything. The most powerful eyes in history, stacked on top of each other, in the body of a man who had been resurrected with unlimited chakra and centuries of battle experience. He raised his hand toward the sky. "Let me show you what power truly looks like." A shadow fell across the battlefield. A shadow so large that the sun dimmed. Every head on the field tilted upward, and there, falling from orbit, accelerating through the atmosphere like a judgment from heaven, was a meteor. A goddamn meteor. The size of a city block, burning red at its edges, screaming through the air with a sound like the world tearing itself apart. The Raikage's jaw dropped. He pulled a meteor. Onoki's floating failed. He landed hard. That is Tengai Shinsei, the technique from the legends. Gaara's sand erupted from his gourd. "Sand shield, I can try to?" "Move aside," Naruto said. His voice was not loud, but it carried across the entire battlefield, through the terror and the roaring air and the screaming of 100,000 people watching the sky fall. One sentence. Naruto raised his blade. He pointed it at the sky, at the burning meteor, at the apocalypse descending from orbit. "Sun breathing," Naruto said. "Eighth form, sunflower thrust." One thrust, aimed straight up, a single point of crimson fire compressed into the tip of the blade and then released. Not as a slash, not as a wave, but as a beam. A pillar of concentrated solar heat that erupted from the blade and pierced the sky like a needle through cloth. The beam hit the meteor. It did not deflect it. It did not slow it. It punched through the center of the rock and kept going. And in its wake, the meteor cracked. Fissures spread from the point of impact, glowing crimson, spreading like veins of fire, and the cracks widened and the rock split and the meteor, the city-sized, orbit-pulled, world-threatening meteor, exploded. It detonated in the upper atmosphere. The pieces rained down as harmless gravel, burning up in the air, becoming a shower of sparks and dust that drifted across the battlefield like hot snow. The sky, which had been dark with the meteor's shadow, flooded with light, crimson and gold, the colors of the beam's afterimage, lingering like a second sun. Silence. Absolute, total, brain-melting silence. 100,000 allied shinobi stared at the sky, at the gravel, at the boy standing in the glass field with his blade pointed upward, and their collective thought was a single word that transcended language. "What?" On the command ridge, the Raikage sat down again. He had just stood up. He sat back down. Onoki floated again. His hands were trembling. He destroyed. "A meteor," Gaara said. His voice was steady. His eyes were warm. "Yes, he did. With a sword?" "Yes, one thrust. Yes." Onoki sat down too. The ridge was getting crowded. Tsunade had not moved. She was smiling. A fierce, proud, teeth-baring smile that would have terrified anyone who saw it. "That's my kid," she said. On the battlefield, Madara Uchiha stared at the empty sky where his meteor had been. His smile was gone. Not replaced by fear. Not yet, but by something else. Interest. The deep, hungry interest of a warrior who has spent his entire existence searching for a fight worth having and suspects he has finally found one. "You destroyed my Tengai Shinsei," Madara said. "No one has ever done that." "There is a first time for everything," Naruto said. "Yes." Madara's Rinnegan pulsed. His Sharingan spun. He dropped into a combat stance that was as old as the shinobi system itself, the stance of the Uchiha clan founder, the man who had fought Hashirama Senju for a day and a night without stopping. Yes, there is. They clashed, and the war stopped to watch. Madara was everything the legends claimed. His taijutsu was brutal, a century of experience compressed into every strike. His fire jutsu was volcanic. His Susanoo manifested in stages: ribcage, skeleton, armored form, perfect Susanoo, a colossus of blue chakra the size of a mountain, wielding a blade that could cleave landscapes. He used the Rinnegan's abilities with the familiarity of a man who had been studying them for decades: gravitational manipulation, absorption, summoning, reality warping techniques that bent space and time. Naruto fought him through all of it. First form, dance, a horizontal arc that cracked the Susanoo's ribcage. Second form, clear blue sky, a vertical slash that split the skeleton stage from crown to sternum. Fourth form, burning bones, summer sun, a spiral that drilled through the armored form shield, superheating the chakra construct until it screamed. Ninth form, dragon sun halo head dance. The crimson dragon smashed into the perfect Susanoo's chest and burned through its armor plate, leaving a hole ringed with glass and heat. Each time the Susanoo reformed, Naruto cut it again. Each time Madara launched a jutsu, Naruto breathed through it. Shinra Tensei hit the selfless state and found nothing to repel. Limbo clones, invisible shadow clones from the Rinnegan's border dimension, charged from angles that should have been impossible, and Naruto saw every single one with the transparent world, cutting them down before they materialized. The battlefield was transforming. The ground for a mile in every direction was glass and fire and ash. The sky was dark with heat distortion. The air tasted like copper and ozone. It was a fight between two forces that had no business existing in the same reality, and the world was cracking under the strain. Madara's perfect Susanoo reformed one final time. Full power. The blue colossus raised its blade, a weapon of pure chakra the length of a river, and brought it down with the force of every war Madara had ever fought, every battle he had ever won, every enemy he had ever crushed. Naruto looked up at it. The shadow of the blade covered the sky. The ground shook with the force of its descent. He breathed in, deep, full, the deepest breath of his life. The warmth of the sun, actual sun, the concept, the force, the first fire, filled his lungs. It spread through his blood, his muscles, his bones, his blade. The crimson light was blinding. The turquoise mark blazed so bright it lit the battlefield like a second sun. Sun breathing, 13th form. He moved, the 13th form, all 12 forms, continuous, unbroken. But this time he held nothing back. The ember of Yoriichi inside him blazed to full brightness. The soul that had cornered the Demon King, the soul that had created sun breathing, the soul that had burned so bright that even death could not contain it, ignited. 12 forms in 4 seconds. A crimson streak that moved upward into the Susanoo's blade, through it, past it, shattering the chakra construct from the inside like a fire eating through a hollow log. The blade detonated. The arm detonated. The chest detonated. The head detonated. The perfect Susanoo. Madara Uchiha's ultimate defensive technique, the legendary construct that had fought the Nine Tails to a standstill, collapsed inward, burning, shattered by 12 forms of sun breathing, performed in the time it took a heart to beat 4 times. Naruto emerged from the top of the dissolving Susanoo. He hung in the air for one moment, blade extended, crimson fire trailing from the edge, turquoise mark blazing, long blonde hair streaming behind him. And in that moment, silhouetted against the burning sky, he looked like what he was. The sun, walking, fighting, burning for someone else's sake. He dropped. He landed in front of Madara. The Uchiha founder was on his knees. His Susanoo was gone. His body, the resurrected form, was damaged in ways the regeneration could not repair. Crimson wounds marked his arms, his chest, his face. The burns of sun breathing, permanent, irreversible. Madara looked up at Naruto. His Rinnegan and Sharingan were active. His face was bloody, and on that face, on the face of a man who had waged war against the world itself, was an expression that had not appeared there in 100 years. Admiration. Hashirama, Madara whispered, you were wrong. Your descendant is not the one who would challenge me. It was this boy, this impossible boy. I am not impossible, Naruto said. I am here. I am real. And I am asking you to stop. Stop Madara's laugh was raw, broken. I have been fighting for a century. I have died and been reborn and died again. I cannot stop. This is all I am. That is not true. How would you know? Because I can see you. The transparent world, active, full. Naruto looked through Madara's body, through his chakra, through his pride and his fury and his ambition, and he found, at the very core, buried beneath a lifetime of war, a boy. A boy who had lost his brothers. A boy who had built a village with his best friend, and then lost that friend to the very system they created. A boy who had spent his entire existence fighting because he did not know how to do anything else. You loved Hashirama, Naruto said. You loved your brothers. You loved the village you built together. And when you lost all of it, you decided the world was broken. But you were wrong. The world was not broken. You were grieving. And grief, left alone for long enough, looks exactly like philosophy. Madara's eyes widened. The Rinnegan rippled. The Sharingan spun. You presume? I know, Naruto said. I have been where you are. I have carried that grief. I have looked at a broken world and decided it was the world's fault, and I was wrong, and so are you. Madara stared at him. The legendary Uchiha, the ghost of a century of war, the would-be god, stared at a boy who was not yet 12 years old and heard his own truth spoken back to him in words that were too simple and too honest to dismiss. It is too late for me, Madara said. It is never too late to stop. My body is failing. The resurrection technique is fading. I will die here regardless. Then die knowing the truth, not the truth you built for yourself. The real truth, that you were loved, that you were wrong, and that the world you tried to destroy has people in it who are worth protecting. Madara was quiet. The battlefield was quiet. 100,000 shinobi held their breath. Then Madara closed his eyes. His Sharingan faded, his Rinnegan dimmed. His body, the resurrected form, held together by forbidden techniques and sheer will, began to dissolve, not into dust, into light. Faint, golden, warm, the kind of light that does not burn but illuminates. Hashirama was right about one thing, that his voice was fading, his form was going transparent. The will of fire is real, and it burns brightest in the ones who should have every reason to let it die. He smiled. It was small, tired, real. Well fought, boy. Madara Uchiha dissolved. The light rose upward, into the sky, and was gone. The Rinnegan faded from the world. The perfect Susanoo was ash on the wind. The war, the fourth ninja war, the greatest conflict in the history of the shinobi world, was over. Naruto stood alone in a field of glass and fire. His blade was still crimson. His mark was still bright. His breathing was steady, and then his legs gave out. He dropped to his knees. The katana fell from his hands, the crimson fading to black as it left his grip. His head bowed. His hair fell around his face like a curtain. And the exhaustion, the real, bone-deep, soul-deep exhaustion that he had been carrying since the fight began, since the invasion, since the Valley of the End, since the day he was born into a world that did not understand him, hit him all at once. He knelt in the glass field and breathed. Just breathed. Guy reached him first. Because Guy always reached him first. The green beast of Konoha crossed the battlefield at a sprint, ignoring the glass, ignoring the heat, ignoring the 100,000 staring shinobi, and he dropped to his knees beside Naruto and put his arm around the boy's shoulders. "I've got you," Guy said. "Guy-sensei. I'm here. I am tired. I know." Lee arrived next, then Neji, then Gaara, who had crossed the command ridge at a speed that surprised even himself. Then Sasuke, emerging from the eastern flank where he had been fighting reanimated shinobi, Sharingan deactivated, sword sheathed, walking through the debris with an expression of quiet awe. They gathered around him. The people he had fought beside, the people he had saved, the people who knew the truth of what it cost to be Naruto Uzumaki, the brightness and the weight and the loneliness that came with being the ceiling. Shikamaru arrived last, hands in his pockets, looking at the glass field, at the gravel that had been a meteor, at the dissolving light where Madara had stood. He looked at Naruto, kneeling in the center of it all, and he shook his head. "This is the most troublesome report I will ever have to write," Shikamaru said. Naruto looked up. His blue eyes were tired. His smile was small. "I apologize for the inconvenience," Naruto said. Shikamaru laughed. It was the most genuine laugh he had produced in months. "Yeah, sure you do." They helped him up. They walked him off the field. The allied forces parted around them, shinobi from every village bowing, saluting, weeping, cheering. The sound rose like a tide, Naruto's name carried by 100,000 voices, rolling across the battlefield and into the sky. He did not acknowledge it. He was too tired. He leaned on Guy's shoulder and walked in, and the warmth that he carried, the ember of Yoriichi, the echo of the sun, pulsed quietly in his chest, steady and constant and undiminished. The war was over. The world was saved. And Naruto Uzumaki was carried home by the people who loved him, the same way he had carried so many of them. The years after the war were kind. Not perfect. The world is never perfect, but kind. Konoha rebuilt. The village grew. The alliances held. The 5 great nations maintained their coalition, meeting regularly, sharing resources and intelligence, building the kind of peace that does not come from weapons, but from the slow, patient work of people choosing to trust each other. Naruto did not become Hokage, not immediately. He was too young, too needed in the field, too important to the alliance's stability to be locked behind a desk. But everyone knew. The villagers knew. The council knew. The other Kage knew. It was a matter of time. He turned 13, 14, 15. He grew taller. His hair grew longer. The turquoise mark on his forehead remained steady and bright, a permanent fixture that the village had long since stopped questioning. He wore it the way some people wear scars, not as a decoration, but as a testament to what they had survived. He trained, always. Every dawn, in the clearing where he had first found his sword, the crimson blade painted arcs of fire through the morning mist. The forms never dulled. The breathing never slowed. Sun breathing was not a skill that could be mastered and set aside. It was a way of existing, and Naruto existed in it the way a fish exists in water. Guy retired from active duty 3 years after the war. His body, pushed past its limits by decades of opening the gates, could not sustain the punishment anymore. But he did not stop training. He simply changed what training meant. He became a teacher, the head of the Konoha Taijutsu Institute, a school he founded in a repurposed warehouse near the training grounds. He taught young shinobi the fundamentals of hand-to-hand combat with the same explosive energy he had brought to everything. Naruto visited every week. He sparred with Guy's students. He let them attack him. He did not hit back. He simply stood and moved and dodged, letting the children learn what it felt like to fight something they could not touch. And when the session was over, he bowed to every student and thanked them for their effort. Guy watched from the side, in a wheelchair now, tears streaming down his face as always. "You are the greatest student I have ever had," Guy said one afternoon. "You are the greatest teacher I have ever known," Naruto replied. "That is the most youthful." "Guy-sensei, please do not stand up, the wheelchair. The wheelchair cannot contain my emotions. The wheelchair is a medical necessity." "Youth is a medical necessity." The sunset appeared. It was 11 in the morning. Lee became a jonin. He specialized in taijutsu, naturally, and his speed with the 5th gate open was considered the fastest in the village behind Naruto. He led his own Genin team with the same unhinged passion Guy had brought to Team 9, and his students adored him and feared him, and ran laps until they collapsed and loved every second of it. Neji became the head of the Hyuga Branch Family Reform Council. He dismantled the caged bird seal system over the course of 2 years, working with Hinata, who had grown into a quiet, formidable leader in her own right, to restructure the clan from the inside. The day the last caged bird seal was removed, Neji stood in the courtyard of the Hyuga compound and looked at the sky and said nothing. But his hand went to his own forehead, where the seal had once been, and he pressed his palm against the bare skin, and the relief in his eyes was worth more than any words. Shikamaru became the village's chief strategist. He worked directly under the Hokage's office, coordinating intelligence and logistics with the same lazy brilliance he brought to everything. He complained about the workload constantly. He never missed a day. "This is the most troublesome job in the village," he told Naruto one evening, over shogi. "You could quit," Naruto said, moving a piece, "and let someone incompetent do it? Troublesome. So you stay because you are responsible. I stay because I am the only one qualified, and I resent it deeply." He moved a piece. Checkmate, by the way. Naruto looked at the board. "So it is. You let me win." "I would never. You always let me win." The board says otherwise. Shikamaru leaned back and stared at the ceiling. You are the worst shogi opponent I have ever had because I can never tell if you are trying. Perhaps that is the point. Go away. But he was smiling, and so was Naruto. Gaara visited once a year. The Kazekage and the Leaf's greatest warrior would walk through the village together. Two former monsters turned leaders, sharing a silence that was warmer than most conversations. My village is at peace, Gaara said during one visit. I am glad. The children play in the streets. They do not fear the sand. They should not. It protects them. Gaara looked at him. It does, because I choose to make it so. He paused. Because you showed me that choosing is possible. They walked. The sun was warm. The village hummed with life around them. And neither of them needed to say anything else, because the silence between two people who understand each other is the most eloquent conversation there is. Sasuke traveled. After the war, after the grief, after the long process of rebuilding himself from the wreckage of the curse mark and the truth about Itachi, Sasuke left the village. Not as a defector, but as a guardian. He walked the edges of the shinobi world, watching for threats, protecting the peace that the war had won. He sent letters, short, direct, almost as sparse as Gaara's early ones. Naruto, the eastern border is clear. Found a group of bandits harassing a trade route. Handled it. No casualties. I am remembering how to be something other than angry. It is slower than I expected. Sasuke, Naruto, visited the Uchiha outpost where Itachi died. Left flowers, felt nothing, then felt everything, then felt nothing again. I think that is how grief works. Sasuke, Naruto, passed through the Valley of the End today. The statues are still standing. Thought about you, thought about the rain. Thought about the fact that you carried me home and never asked for anything in return. I do not know how to repay that kind of debt. Maybe I'm not supposed to. Maybe I am just supposed to live in a way that makes the carrying worth it. I am trying. Sasuke. Naruto kept every letter beside Gaara's in the wooden box. The box was full now. He needed a second one. Kurama, inside the mindscape, had changed. The cage was still there. The bars, the seal, the corridor, but the atmosphere was different. The water was warm, the light was amber, and Kurama no longer lay curled in the back of its prison. It lay at the bars, its massive head resting on its paws, one eye open, watching Naruto's consciousness the way a cat watches a sunbeam. They talked now. Not often. Not in long conversations. In short exchanges that carried the weight of shared understanding. You are getting stronger, Kurama said one evening. I'm getting older, Naruto replied. They are not the same thing. For you they are. Perhaps. The old soul inside you, the one that burns, it is settling deeper, becoming more a part of you and less a memory of someone else. Yes. Does that frighten you? No. What does frighten you? Naruto was quiet. In the mindscape, the amber light flickered. Losing the people I love, he said. Again. Kurama's eyes softened. The nine-tailed fox, the creature of rage and destruction, the living natural disaster, looked at its host with an expression that no one in the history of the world had ever seen on its face. Compassion. You will not lose them all, Kurama said. Some of them, perhaps. That is the cost of living. But you will not lose them all, because you have built something that lasts. The bonds you have forged, they are not chains. They are roots. And roots survive storms. Naruto smiled. You are getting wise, Kurama. I've had a good teacher. Careful, that sounded like a compliment. It was not. I will take it as one. The warmth pulsed, the water rippled, and in the depths of the mindscape, two ancient beings, one a fox born from the Sage of Six Paths, one a soul that had crossed worlds to reach this place, existed together in a peace that neither of them had ever expected to find. Naruto became Hokage at 16. The ceremony was simple. The villagers gathered in the square below the tower. The previous Hokage, Tsunade, who had served long and well and was finally ready to rest, placed the hat on Naruto's head. It was the same hat Hashirama had worn, the same hat Tobirama had worn, the same hat Hiruzen had worn that Minato had worn. It was too big. It tilted slightly over the turquoise mark on Naruto's forehead. The crimson hilt of the katana on his back peeked over his shoulder. He stood at the tower's edge and looked out at the village, at the rooftops, at the streets, at the faces, hundreds of faces, thousands of faces, looking up at him with an expression that he had spent his entire childhood dreaming about and had long since stopped needing. recognition, love, belonging. He did not give a speech. He did not need to. He bowed, deep, low. The bow of a man who understood that the hat was not a crown, but a responsibility, and that the power it represented was not the power to rule, but the power to serve. The crowd erupted. His name, spoken by every voice in the village, rising into the sky like a prayer. And at the back of the crowd, far from the stage, leaning against a wall in the shadow of a building, Sasuke stood. He had returned the night before. He did not join the crowd. He did not need to. He just watched. And when Naruto's eyes scanning the crowd found him, those blue eyes, ancient and warm and impossibly clear, Sasuke raised one hand. A small wave. Almost invisible. Naruto smiled, just for him. Guy was in the front row, wheelchair and all, weeping so hard that Lee had to hold his chair to keep it from rolling. Lee was weeping too. The sunset appeared. Multiple people pointed at it in confusion. Neji stood beside Hinata in the Hyuga section. His arms were crossed, his Byakugan was deactivated, and on his face, the face that had once been carved from ice and pride, was a smile so genuine that Hinata started crying just from seeing it. Shikamaru stood beside Tsunade. "This is going to be troublesome," he said. "Yes," Tsunade said, "it is. I'm going to be doing most of the paperwork, aren't I?" "Yes, troublesome," but he was smiling. Gaara watched from the Kazakai's office in the sand via a communication crystal that transmitted the ceremony in real time. He watched Naruto bow to the crowd. He watched the hat tilt over the mark. And the Kazakage of the hidden sand, the boy who had once been a weapon and was now a leader, closed his eyes and whispered, "You deserve this. You have always deserved this." The ceremony ended. The crowd dispersed. The sun set, a real sunset this time, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that matched the blade on the new Hokage's back. Naruto stood on the tower's roof alone, looking out at the village, his village, truly and completely his, and the turquoise mark glowed in the fading light. Inside the mindscape, Kurama opened one eye. Hokage. Yes, the old man in the fourth would be proud, I know. Jiraiya would be weeping. Probably. The ancient soul you carry, the one who started all of this, what would he think? Naruto was quiet. He looked at the village, at the lights coming on in the windows, at the family sitting down to dinner, at the children running through the streets, laughing, playing, alive in a way that only children can be alive, completely, without reservation, without the knowledge that the world is cruel. He thought about Yoriichi, about the man who had cornered the Demon King and failed to finish him, the man who had lost his wife, his child, his brother, the man who had carried a broken blade and a broken heart through decades of quiet grief, the man who had been the strongest warrior in any world's history and had wanted nothing, nothing, except to protect someone. He would say it is enough, nor this moment, these people, this life. Is it? Yes. Are you sure? Naruto closed his eyes. The ember pulsed. The warmth flowed through him, through his blood, his muscles, his bones, his soul. The warmth of the sun. The warmth of a life that had spanned two worlds and would burn until there was nothing left to burn for. The warmth of a man who had been given a body that should not exist and had used every breath of it to protect the people he loved. He opened his eyes. He looked out at the world, at the village below, at the stars above, at the space between where the future waited unwritten and full of possibility. I just wanted to protect someone, Naruto said. That is all I have ever wanted. The mark on his forehead glowed, the katana on his back hummed, the wind moved through his hair. And Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who carried the sun, the man who ended wars with warmth, the soul that had burned through the fabric of one world and landed in another, stood on the rooftop of his village under a sky full of stars and knew, with a certainty that went deeper than bone, deeper than blood, deeper than the memory of every life he had ever lived. It was enough. It had always been enough.
If this story broke your brain the same way it broke mine, you already know what to do. Hit that like, subscribe if you're new, and drop in the comments which moment absolutely wrecked you. More of these are coming. We're just getting started. See you next time.